कागज करून दाखवा. If not, that's on. You can talk. If you want to disconnect, okay, you can disconnect like this.
माझा आवाज येतो मॅडम मॅडम Hello, Dr. Santosh.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Because
I am audible.
yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, good morning.
You are audible, sir.
Audible,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Dr. Gupta, sir, good morning. Within a couple of minutes, we will begin the inaugural function of this one-day national level webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature, organized by Department of English and Internal Quality Assurance Cell, that is IQAC, of Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, in collaboration with and under MOU, Yashwantrao Chavan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, its Department of English, as well as Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon Rangari, District Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, collaboration with all three colleges. We will begin this inaugural session. Within a couple of minutes, we will begin the session. It is a request to participants to switch off their videos so that we will listen carefully. Only the dignitaries will keep their audios and videos on. The other participants are kindly requested to switch off their videos.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Gupta, sir.
Morning, good morning.
Most welcome, sir. The chairperson of this inaugural session, Dr. Gurudat Rajput, the principal of Indira Raj College, Sillod, is about to join. Within a 1 minute or 2 minutes, he will join, and then we will begin the session. Dr. Asmita Salve, you are kindly requested to proceed.
Okay, sir. Okay.
1 minute. Dr. Rupali Palodkar, ma'am, have you joined this session?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay. Dr. Sadashiv Pawar, sir, have you joined the session? Dr. Sadashiv Pawar, sir, Dr. Ravikant Jadwar, sir, Dr. Suryavanshi, Dr. Pardeshi. Okay. I welcome all the guests on the behalf of organizing committee, and I request that the one-day national level webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature, organized by Department of English and Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Indira Raj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, in collaboration with and under MOU of the Department of English of Yashwantrao Chauhan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, and Shri Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon Rangari, District Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, its Department of English and Internal Quality Assurance Cell. All three colleges, in collaboration with, have organized this one-day national level webinar. On the behalf of organizing committee, I welcome all the dignitaries, all the participants who have joined from overall corner of this nation. And for the further proceeding, over to you, Ashmita Salve, ma'am, please.
A very warm and cheerful good morning to one and all present over here. Am I audible, Santosh ji?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay.
Both.
Yeah. मैं उस महान भूमि के नागरिक हूं जहां छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज और शाहू महाराज जैसे प्रभुत्व शासकों ने स्वराज, संस्कृति और शिक्षा के माध्यम से समाज को एक नई दिशा दी। मैं उस गौरवशाली भारत की नागरिक हूं जहां हर 50 मील पर भाषा, पहनावा और परंपराओं के बदलते हैं, लेकिन शिक्षा की रोशनी सभी को एकत्रित में बांधती है। मैं उस पावन धरा की नागरिक हूं जहां भगवान बुद्ध, संत ज्ञानेश्वर और एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जैसे महान विचारकों ने अपनी ज्ञान, विज्ञान और प्रेरणा से समाज को प्रगति और आत्मनिर्भरता की राह दिखाई। यह वही भारत है मित्रों, अमन और शांति के जहां गूंजते हैं गीत और जहां शिक्षा अज्ञानता के अंधकार को मिटाकर ज्ञान का प्रकाश फैलाती है। शिक्षा ही वह शक्ति है मित्रों जो समाज को सभ्यता और प्रगति की ओर अग्रसित करती है। यह केवल सीमाओं को नहीं समझती, बल्कि एक नए आयामों की खोज करती है, एक नया भविष्य का निर्माण करती है। यह समाज को विकसित ही नहीं करती, बल्कि उसे आत्मनिर्भर और सशक्त भी बनाती है। इन्हीं प्रेरणादायक विचारों के साथ आज हम सभी एकत्रित हुए हैं एक्सप्लोरिंग न्यू डायमेंशंस इन इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज एंड लिटरेचर विषय पर आयोजित एक दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के लिए. This one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature has been organized by the Department of English and IQSC under the aegis of Agenda Education and Military Preparatory Institution. The host institution, Indraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, is proudly organized this academic event in collaboration with Yashwantrao College of Arts, Commerce and Science and Sri Asaram Bharwaldas Arts, Commerce and Science College. This webinar aims to explore innovative perspectives and emerging trends in the field of English language and literature, bringing together the scholars, academicians, and learners on a common intellectual platform. आज का यह शुभ अवसर केवल एक वेबिनार नहीं, बल्कि ज्ञान, नवचार और साहित्य का एक नया आयाम की खोज की प्रेरणादायक यात्रा है. इसी ज्ञान की ज्योति को आज प्रज्वलित करने के संकल्प के साथ आज सभी का इस गरिमामय आयोजन की मैं हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करती हूँ. ज्ञान की इस पावन सभी में आप जलेंगे, विचारों के नए आयाम निकलेंगे. ज्येष्ठ वरिष्ठों की गरिमा से आज है ये मंच सजा. आज शब्दों से भविष्य के रास्ते बदलेंगे. आज शब्दों से भविष्य के रास्ते बदलेंगे. With the immense pride and a great honor, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries who have generously joined us for today's one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. It is indeed a privilege to have such an esteemed panel of academicians and intellectuals whose presence add immense value and prestige to this platform. I, Dr. Asmita Sharat Salve, take this opportunity to warmly welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, our Honorable Inaugurator, Professor Dr. Ramesh Saugulaji, University Director of Subcampus Dharashu, and a BOS Chairman at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta Ji, Head of the Department, Government Girls College, Bhopal. Our respected inaugural Chairman, Dr. Gurudatta Rajput Ji, Principal of Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillur. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Kulkarni Ji, Principal of JM Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangao, and a member of BOS Pune. We are truly honored and grateful to your gracious presence. Your participation made this academic gathering more meaningful and inspiring and intellectual and enriching. Now, I would like to request Dr. Santosh Chauthewale ji to kindly introduce our esteemed inaugurator of today's one-day national webinar of Professor Dr. Ramesh Saugulaji, University Director, Subcampus Dharashu, Chairman of BOS, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Sir, we request you to kindly proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Asmita ji. Personally, on the behalf of organizing committee and on my behalf, I welcome the dignitaries for a one-day national level webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature, organized by Department of English and Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, as well as Yashwantrao Chavan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, as well as the Department of English, Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaurangari. For this inaugural session, we have with us Professor Dr. Ramesh Saugulaji sir, who is the Director of University Subcampus, as well as Head of the Department of English of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University Subcampus Dharashu, as well as the Chairman of Board of Studies in English of Dr. Bamu University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. We have with us most respected Dr. Ashish Gupta sir, Professor and Head of the Department of English, Government Girls College, Betul, Madhya Pradesh. I welcome the dignitaries, as well as we have with us Dr. Anand Kulkarni sir, who is Principal of Gramonnati Mandals, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangao, as well as who is the chairman of Board of Studies, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. And the chairperson for this inaugural session is the principal of our college, Dr. Gurudattaji Rajput sir. I welcome all the dignitaries for this inaugural session, as well as I welcome all the participants who have virtually joined on this platform to join this webinar. I have an immense pleasure to welcome you that you have joined this one day national level webinar. As you know, the theme of this webinar is exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. You know, friends, the study of English language and literature is currently undergoing a transformation. Apart from traditional canons, new innovative perspectives are emerging in contemporary age of globalization and digitalization. In modern ago, English is explored. It is as a dynamic and ever evolving tool. Recent English is shaped by decolonization, digitalization, destandardization, and interdisciplinary studies. Technologies, diverse voice, and diverse pedagogies. These emerging perspectives are posing challenges to old hierarchies and traditions. The innovative perspectives help us to understand English language and literature in a more dynamic way, even have the potential to broaden our comprehension about how language and literature can shape our perception of reality. Taking into consideration the theme and sub-theme, we have organized this program. As I already stated you, the inaugural session, followed by there will be a technical session. In technical session, Dr. Arjun Jadhav from Ferguson College, who was former head of the Department of English, and Dr. Kapil Singhal sir, who is professor and head Department of English, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of PG Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur, as well as Chairman Board of Studies in Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Followed by the technical session, there will be valedictory function. For the valedictory function, we have Dr. Annie John ma'am, who is from AR Gurula Women's College, Solapur, and Chairperson of Board of Studies in English, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur, as well as Dr. Mustajib Khan sir, who is Professor and Head Department of English of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and renowned writer and the Director of Ajanta Education and Military Preparatory Institute, Dr. Chaya Mahajan Madam, the former Principal of IBP College. This will be the structure of the day program. So all the dignitaries, they have given their valuable time, their guidance, their blessings for this program. I welcome all the dignitaries, and this is the concept note, the introduction of one day national level webinar. Now I will give you the brief introduction of today's inaugurator, Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir. Friends, the chief inaugurator of this webinar, Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir, who is heading the Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University Subcampus Dharashu, as well as ability of Director of Subcampus Dharashu of the same university, as well as Dr. Chaugule sir is the chairman of Board of Studies in English of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. I am his colleague in the Board of Studies. He is a very humble, very kind, and very gentle personality, very cooperative person. Dr. Chaugule sir is, as well as he has shouldering the responsibility of member of academic council and member of senate of the same university. If we talk about the publication, Dr. Chaugule sir has published more than 60 articles. 3 books have been published. 3 books are on his credit as an editor. Dr. Chaugule sir has completed 3 projects on different subjects. If we talk about the research guidance, Dr. Chaugule sir has guided 23 research students for their PhD and now pursuing 4 to 6 students under his able guidance in various national and international conferences, in very refresher courses, orientation courses at different academic staff colleges. Dr. Saugule sir has delivered a number of lectures. So this enthusiastic personality, dynamic personality, and our mentor, the chairman of Board of Studies, Dr. Saugule sir, is our inaugurator. I welcome you, this personality, on the behalf of organizing committee. So over to you, Asmita ji.
थैंक यू संतोष सफरले जी। विचारों की ऊंचाई से जो दिशा दिखाते हैं, ज्ञान की लय से जो अंधकार को मिटाते हैं, शब्दों से जो नई दुनिया गढ़ जाती है, ऐसे व्यक्तित्व ही युग को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, ऐसे व्यक्तित्व ही युग को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। An inaugurator is not just a dignitary, it is a guiding force who sets the tone, vision, and spirit of the entire event. Today, we are truly honored to have with us a distinguished academician and an inspiring leader whose vast experience and intellectual depth continue to shape the academic landscape. It is my proud privilege to invite our esteemed inaugurator, Professor Dr. Ramesh Saugule, Director of University Campus, Dharashiv, and a chairman of BOS. Sir, your presence has immensely valued and prestige of today's one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. ज्ञान की ज्योति से अंधकार को मिटाया जाता है, दीप जलते ही हर पद उजियारा हो जाता है, दीप जलते ही हर पद उजियारा हो जाता है. Light has always been a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. The ceremonial lighting of lamps signifies the removal of darkness and bringing of the journey towards enlightenment. As we gathered in a virtual space, we continue this beautiful tradition through digital lamp lighting, marking the symbol precious beginning of today's webinar. Now, it is my honor to invite our esteemed inaugurator, Professor Ramesh Saugule, to kindly inaugurate this webinar by lighting the digital lamp. Now, with the great respect and administration, I humbly invite you, sir, to kindly address this virtual gathering and inspire us with your valuable thoughts. Over to you, Dr. Ramesh Saugule.
Thank you, madam. Chairperson of this one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature, organized by Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, Dr. Rajput sir, Sri Asaramji Bandolkar, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon, Rangari, Principal Dr. Aghav sir, and Principal Yashwantrao Chavan, College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, Kulkarni sir, the conveners of this one-day national webinar, and my friends, Dr. Chautawale sir, Dr. Palodkar madam, and Dr. Pawar sir, chief guest, resource persons, all participants, friends, and another friend, it is called as Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir. I am happy to declare formally that the one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature is inaugurated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Today's age is the age of computer and internet. Our life has been modified, shaped, reshaped. Not only our life, but the various fields associated with, like education, our work, daily activities, even the liberal arts, science, commerce, health, all these things, all these various aspects of our modern life have been influenced by the computers and internet. It is because of that internet, everything available online. Everything is available online. No one wants to go to the library and read. No one wants to spend more time in library. See, no one wants to pause and read lengthy novels or lengthy books. Everyone has become impatient. See, shorter versions of novels are available online. We are now living in a world full of conceits, signs, symbols. Everything is unknown. Everything is uncertain. Everything is short, challenging. See, and in such a challenging world, in such a world where you will come across a dense of wave of visual and textual information in the form of sign, images, words. See, our perception of reality has been changed now. Our understanding of reality, our navigation of reality has been reshaped and changed due to the dense web of visual and textual informations, due to the signs, due to the images, due to the words. See, that is the transformation of our understanding of reality due to the internet, due to the cyber culture, media. See, or cybernetics, even the development in science, biotechnology, chemical technology, nanoscience. See, all these things are responsible for the change of our perception, for the change of our understanding of reality. See, computer icons, emojis, digital representations, see, visual, see, all these are playing the role of visual vocabulary. Traditional cultural representation is replaced by the emojis, is replaced by the icons, replaced by the symbols, conceits, words. See, and that is why it becomes very complex. See, to communicate. It becomes very complex to communicate, and it becomes very complex to share human experiences also. See, and that is why the software of our mind, see, challenged the traditional notions of reality, the traditional notions of meaning, and the traditional notion of authority here. See, the meaning, authority, reality. See, the traditional notions of all these things have been challenged, questioned, see, interrogated due to the images, due to the what you used to say, that internet, due to the computers, and so on and so forth. That is simulation, hyperreality. See, these hyperreality, these simulations are playing the most important role in our life today. See here, Jean Baudrillard, Frederick Jameson, Jean-Francois Lyotard influenced our thinking now. See, that is the postmodern thinking has been influenced by these writers. See, text is destabilized. Text is destabilized. See, authority is questioned, interrogated, and reality is here. See, reality is also what is to say that reality is given place to the hyper reality. See, and that is why language has lost its meaning. Language has been degraded badly. Research has become history now. See, grammar has lost its values now. Medical narratives, see, medical narratives, what used to say that hypertext narratives, or microfiction, flash fiction, Twitter fiction came into existence. Even six-word fictions came into existence. See, multi-narratives. See, that is due to the internet, due to the computer, everything available. See, that is everything available. That is the traditional available. See, is challenged, refused, denied, and a new reality, a new what used to say that new type of reality came into existence. That reality is called as hyper reality. That is visual reality, virtual reality. See here, and that is why different forms That is, new dimensions of English language and literature came into existence now, new genres, due to the lack of time. See, due to the lack of time, new genres came into the existence, and the most important genre that is called as, electronic text, electronic books, or cyber literature, or what is to say that hypertext. Hypertext. See, due to the lack of time, see, we people we don't have the time to read lengthy books, lengthy novels, lengthy dramas, or lengthy poems. See here, we are interested now in a genre of electronic literature, hypertext, use of short phrases. See, very short phrases for the sake of virtual pleasure. See, what is the intention? What is the role also in virtual pleasure? To provide virtual pleasure is the most important objective of that hypertext genre of electronic literature. It is read and produced on computers only. Short phrases are used. See, virtual pleasures have been given. And now it is the time for the new generation to read these hypertext and to analyze and interpret. See here, for example, Michael Joyce, 12 Blue. See, 12 Blue, written by Michael Joyce. See, most important hypertext, or another microfiction or flash fiction, another emerging trend, emerging dimension of that literature, that is called as microfiction, that is called as flash fiction. Very flashy, catchy short form of literature you will come across in microfiction. It consists of a few words only. Short story having 150 words, 200 words, 300 words. See, very short fiction. And here Ernest Hemingway attempted his hands at writing microfiction, and that is called as flash fiction. And we have now 6-word fiction also. 6-word fiction. See, due to the lack of time, see, we rarely visit library. And now we have 6 words. What used to say that novel, that is fiction. The theme is emotional. Length is very short, only having 6 words. It is told, the story is told in 6 words. Within a moment, that type of fiction is read. Very short narratives published on social media. See, for example, after she died, he came alive. After she died, he came alive. Written by Rebecca James. Another example, 1 gun, 2 shots, 3 dead. Written by Mercy. See here, 6-word novels. Or Twitter fiction. Now we have Twitter fiction also. That is use of slang words, no grammar. See, language degraded, no regard for references, no regard for history, no regard for research, vocabulary, deficiencies is seen. See, and a story is told in 100 Twitter or more than 100 Twitter. Author is unknown. Very short, fascinating, and interesting stories are being told on in that Twitter fiction. Twitter fiction. And another most important new dimension, that is called as graphic novels. Very concise. See, graphic fiction has been written here now. See, revolution in writing took place now. Open for interpretation. See, user used the base site like Twitter, Tumblr, or Reddit. See here, a few copied lines from here and there are taken in the graphic novels and published on the Facebook. There is no grammar, there is no research, there is no hurdle in publication also. See here, no hurdle in publication. Facebooks and other sites are used here in order to publish the graphic fictions also here. See here, That is, now it is the time for everyone to think about these new dimensions in English language and literature, because they are playing the most important role. They are not playing the most important role, but they are changing our perception of reality. They are changing our understanding of that reality. They are reshaping our understanding of that reality, and that is why it is the time for the new researchers, for the faculties, for the academicians to turn towards shorter fictions. See, short fictions like hypertext or microfiction, flash fiction, 6 words novels, Twitter fiction, or graphic fictions. I hope these new dimensions will be discussed in the coming, that is in the next sessions. And with this I conclude my speech. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the conveners of this one day webinar on emerging or what is to say that exploring the new dimensions in English language and literature. Thank you very much. Over to you, madam.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर। आपके विचारों ने नई दिशा दिखा दी है आज, ज्ञान की ज्योति से राह सजा दी है आज। थैंक यू सो मच सर for your truly inspiring and insightful address. We are deeply grateful to Professor Dr. Ramesh Saudhuliji for sharing such a valuable thoughts and for setting a meaningful and motivating tone for today's webinar. Your words have not only enlightened us, sir, but have also encouraged us to explore new dimensions in the field of English language and literature. Thank you once again, sir, for your precious time and guidance. Now, I would like to request Dr. Santosh Sauthewale-ji to kindly introduce our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta-ji, Professor and Head of the Department, Government Girls College, Bhopal. Sir, we request you to kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalve, madam. It's my great privilege to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Ashish Gupta, sir, who is working in the capacity of Professor and Head, Department of English at Government Girls College, Betul in Madhya Pradesh, that is affiliated to Barakatullah University, Bhopal. If we talk about his qualification, Dr. Gupta sir has a recipient of the degree of DLIT, PhD and LLB. Dr. Gupta sir has near about 34 years teaching experience. He is a registered supervisor of the universities from BVV Bhopal, RS University, Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh. So many candidates, 10 plus candidates has been awarded PhD and 5 plus students has been awarded the degree of MPhil under his able guidance. Dr. Gupta sir has worked as a member of Board of Studies in Chhindwara University, Sahodol University, Sahodol. Dr. Gupta ji has completed one research project under financial assistance of University Grants of Commission. Dr. Gupta ji has participated in many national, international seminars, conference, faculty development programs. He has also presented and chaired various sessions. He has also worked as a keynote speaker in a number of conferences. Dr. Gupta ji has also working as associate editor, member of the editorial and advisory review board of many prestigious international registered peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Gupta sir has evaluated so many theses and conducted PhD vivas as external expert in various renowned universities. He is the counselor of Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Also a visiting research fellow in International University at Malaysia. Many e-contents of him on English language and literature can be viewed on the of Higher Education, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Gupta ji has authored textbook of first year, second year English literature. He has published by MP Hindi Granth Academy, Bhopal. Many of his authored edited books are included in various renowned universities as a reference books. Dr. Gupta sir has award twice by the Honorable Higher Education Minister of Madhya Pradesh for his notable work, for his excellent academic work in new education policy and best educationalist. The award of academic work by Singapore and Switzerland organization has been honored for him. He has also 16 patents, among them two are international, and he is a fellow member of FSASS. Also, he has a responsibility of coordinator, nodal officer of World Bank, RUSA, NIRF, that is NIRF, etc. So this enthusiastic and very dimensional, dynamic personality, always his blessings are with us. Whenever we request Dr. Gupta sir to guide us, to cooperate us, to give your valuable guidance, always he raised his hand for us. His blessings are a lot for us. He has accepted our invitation and presence for this one-day national webinar as a chief guest. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
And with this, I complete this brief introduction of Dr. Gupta, sir. Over to you, Asmita ji.
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर चौथेवाले सर जी। ज्ञान की गहराई से जो राह दिखाते हैं, विचारों से नई दुनिया बसाते हैं, शब्दों में जिसके सागर सी व्यापकता है, ऐसे गुरु ही युग को नई दिशा दे जाते हैं, ऐसे गुरु ही युग को नई दिशा दे जाते हैं। A true academician and is not just a scholar but a beacon of knowledge who inspires, guides, and transforms minds. Today, we are truly privileged to have with us an eminent personality whose dedication to the field of English language and literature reflects excellence, vision, and commitment. It is my great honor to invite our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta ji, head of the department at Government Girls College, Bhopal. Sir, your presence adds immense value and prestige to today's one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Now, I would like to formally announce that a special issue of research articles will be released through online mode as a part of today's webinar. We are honored to have this significant academic contribution for being unrivaled on this platform, marking a meaningful step towards the research and knowledge dissemination. Now, with a great respect, I humbly invite you, sir, to kindly address this virtual gathering and enlighten us with your valuable thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy and I thank you very much for inviting me in one-day national level seminar on the subject exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Especially I congratulate the IQC cell of Indiraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, Yashwantrao Chauhan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, and Sri Asaramji Bhandwalkar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon, Rangri. I congratulate the organizers, the conveners for selecting such a nice and prevalent topic for the seminar. And especially, I am thankful to Dr. Santosh Chothaiwale sir for inviting me for this nice topic. The topic of my today's lecture is incorporating Indian knowledge system in English literature, need and importance. The Indian knowledge system is a symbol of unique knowledge and wisdom in which there is a wonderful coordination of knowledge and science, secular and spiritual, karma and dharma, and enjoyment and renunciation. Since the time of Rigved, the education system focused on the moral, physical, spiritual, and intellectual values of life and emphasized values like humility, truthfulness, discipline, self reliance, and respect for all. Gurukul was the main pillar of education since the ancient times. Students used to acquire 18 Vidyas, 6 Vedangs, 4 Vedas, that is Rig Ved, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved, 4 Upvedas, Ayurved, Dhanurved, Gandharved, and Shilpved, Mimamsa, Nat, Nyay, Puran, Dharma Shastra, etc. etc. So, overall, we can say that Indian knowledge system has influenced and shaped not only the India but also English literature immensely and deeply. One of them, very first, let me focus upon the English writers and American writers. One of them was Henry David Thoreau. Thoreau is an established and much admired American writer in the 19th century. His best work is Walden, because I guess, especially this conference is for the students of English language and literature. Am I right? So, as far as Walden is concerned, it is a collection of essays, and this work, besides the other work of Thoreau, is deeply influenced by Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Vedic philosophy. Research continues says that he pictured himself in this particular Walden as a yogi, as a sadhak, and as a tapasvi. Walden has many references to Gita. Thoreau practiced the Sanatan philosophy that the yogi should lead a solitary life and exercise control over his body and mind. Thoreau thought that his many shortcomings would easily go if he faithfully practiced yoga. Vedas are the royal road of great knowledge as per Thoreau. And in the same manner, Mahatma Gandhi was influenced by the writing of Thoreau, and he took the idea of civil disobedience from him. Though Thoreau is so much part and parcel, of course, of Indian fabric, there are other writers too. For example, the immortal works of W.B. Yeats and T.S. Eliot show a deeper understanding of Indian knowledge system. Take very first the example written by T.S. Eliot in his Wasteland. It is a modern epic, a tapestry of encyclopedic knowledge of T.S. Eliot, a richly reference of loaded text. Here, the most important reference in the last section of the poem from Upanishad. In this particular poem, in the last section, Eliot describes the loss of stature of modern human being, how lack of humanism, heroism, and goodness has led to the decay of human being in general. The description shakes the reader inside out. At the last, the means, there are three words comes in the repetition, that is da, da. The first da stands for data, which means that humans must give the charity. The referred Upanishad tell us that selfless giving is a way for humans to redeem themselves. The second da stands for dhammita, which means that in all conditions humans must practice compassion. To be kind is the supreme virtue. The third Da stands for Dayadhvam, which means self control. Humans must exercise self restraint when it comes to greed, violence, and lust. There is no life without self regulation. So, Eliot establishes that if human race wants to live in peace and glory, it must follow the morals of Upanishads. Similarly, W.B. Yeats, another writer, he has deep Indian learnings in his thought process. The whole structure of the mental state of W.B. Yeats's poem, for example, Byzantium, Sailing to Byzantium, and Second Coming, revolves around the key concept of Atman and Brahman. His theory of reincarnation depends on the deeds of previous life. Religions like Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism holds a strong belief in reincarnation, all of which arise in India. It is a fundamental doctrine of several religions in India, among which one thing is very evident and common, and that doctrine is the doctrine of karma. It states that whatever we do in this present life will have its effect on the next life. In Hinduism, the cycle of birth and rebirth, that is, transmigration of souls, is an endless process until one achieves moksha or liberation. Moksha is the realization that the eternal core of the individual, means Atma, and the physical form, that is Brahman, are one. Atman and Brahman are one. Through this, one can escape from the cycle of death and rebirth, that is sansar. So, if we go to the works of even American writers or the British writers like T.S. Eliot and W.B. Yeats, in their poems, we observe that deep Indian knowledge system is blended there. I'm not taking too much time. Take the example of English drama, for example. Uh, Number of students, certainly they might have read Christopher Marlowe, William Shakespeare. Take one example from Christopher Marlowe, his Dr. Faustus. Dr. Faustus, no doubt, is a morality play, and morality play often ended with a solemn moral. Indian culture is distinguishedly known for the culture of Sanatan Dharma. Dharma is an irrepressible, and it is welfare which is regarded as the ethical principle of all the human beings. In Dr. Faustus, we find that the good and evil angels are there. One stands for good, another stands for bad. And what happens? The message of Dr. Faustus is whosoever discards the path of virtue, the God is destined to despair the eternal damnation. Another example from William Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Shylock is the antagonist of Merchant of Venice. You all know he is depicted as miserly and cruel Jeev. By profession, he is a money lender, but however, money lending becomes something odious and abhorrent if a money lender becomes an exploiter by charging excessive rates of interest. Here comes the word karma. Karma is considered as the fundamental and ethical value based principle in the Indian knowledge system. The principle of karma it is its initial intention is to emphasize the importance of personal responsibility, self awareness, self regulation, and self transformation. So, in the same manner, in this play Merchant of Venice, Shylock has to pay back according to his karma. Now come to Indian writing in English. In Indian writing in English, it represents a unique literary traditions in which Indian cultural, philosophical, social realities are articulated through the medium of English language. Although, of course, English is not their indigenous language, but these Indian writers, they have idealized to express distinctly the Indian knowledge system and their Indian experience. For example, novels such as Raja Rao's Kanthapura and Arundhati Ray's The God of Small Things clearly demonstrate how Indian philosophical structure and worldviews persist beneath English linguistic expressions. In Kanthapura, Raja Rao concisely models the narrative style on Indian oral tradition, particularly the Puranic mode of storytelling. The novel reflects concepts such as dharma, karma, and spiritual unity, portraying Gandhian philosophy as a modern extension of ancient Indian ethical thoughts. The collective consciousness of the village, the emphasis on duty and sacrifice, and the fusion of myth and text is written in English. Similarly, in God of Small Things, this novel embodies Indian philosophical concerns such as suffering, social orders, transgressions, and karmic consequences. The novel explores how rigid social structures and moral codes shape the narrative and focus on the memory, time, you can say, that is related with karma and dharma. So, thus, Indian writing in English often functions as a cultural bridge, blending Western literary forms with Indian philosophical depth. Modern English retellings of Indian epics such as Ramayana and Mahabharata demonstrate how ancient myths can be successfully integrated into the contemporary narrative frameworks. The authors like R.K. Narayan, Chitra Banerjee Divakarni, Anand Neelkantan, and Amish Tripathi, they reimagine epic narratives by focusing on marginalized voices, psychological complexity, and ethical ambiguity. These retellings preserve core philosophical themes such as dharma, moral choice, duty, devotion, karma, and the struggle between the desire and righteousness. So, since we have lack of time, there are hundreds of examples from English literature where structure of thought comes from Indian knowledge system. In contemporary India, the integration of Indian knowledge system with English literature has emerged as a critical academic discourse, particularly after the introduction of National Education Policy 2020. Today, all the countries with Western civilization have started emphasizing on adopting and knowing Indian culture and civilization. Now, we and our future generations will also have to give due importance to the ancient values of India. Ancient India has contributed immensely to the progress of the entire human race by setting records in various human welfare fields like philosophy, like phonetic linguistics, rituals, grammars, music, astrology, astronomy, etc. So, incorporating Indian knowledge system in higher education curriculum is a visionary step that enriches students' learning experience, promotes cultural understanding, and bridges the gap between traditional wisdom and modern knowledge. By embracing this Indian knowledge system, higher education system and higher education institutions can create a more holistic, inclusive, and diverse learning environment that prepares students to tackle the complexities of the modern world with wisdom. So, integrating the Indian knowledge system with English literature is both a challenge and, of course, opportunity. The time has come when India and Indians themselves realize this wealth of Indian knowledge system and start imbibing its elements in their lives and in their behavior. Since a very short of time is there, because as far as the technical session is concerned, it is going to start very soon. So that's why, uh, in a very nutshell, I have described, I have explained what exactly is the importance and the need of Indian knowledge system with English literature. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me, and thanks to all the listeners for listening me very patiently. Uh, if you permit me, now, being the chief guest, I hereby formally announce to virtually inaugurate the souvenir of the collection of research papers for this seminar. I request the organizing team, to have the display of this souvenir, and wish you all the very best for this webinar. Thank you very much. Very good. It's a nice cover page. Now over to you, sir.
Thank
A very nice display. Nice covering.
Very
Thank you,
happy
sir.
very happy to share you that we have received near about 58 research papers from corner of the India on the theme and sub-theme of this webinar. And as far as the papers have concerned, till yesterday, whatever the numbers we have received and the papers we have received, those are forwarded to publication committee editorial board, and the finalized paper have been sent to the publication. The cover page, Indo-Western researchers, has been inaugurated, released by the auspicious hands of the chief guest. So very soon, within a week, we will send the soft copy of the entire volume to the paper senders on their registered email. So this is the actual picture image of our Indo-Western research series. The impact factor is 8.320. That is UGC approved, peer reviewed, and referred index journal. Thank you very much, Gupta sir and technical team. Over to you, Asmita ma'am.
जी सर, आपके विचारों ने नई रोशनी जगा दी है सर आज, हर दिल में ज्ञान की लय सजा दी है आज. Thank you so much, sir, for being very truly enlightened and inspiring address. We
Thank
are
you.
sincerely grateful to Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta ji for sharing such a valuable insights and for enriching this webinar with your wisdom and experience. Your words have truly motivated and guided us to explore new dimensions in the field of English language and literature. Thank you once again, sir, for your precious time and guidance. Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
we move to an important segment of today's program. It is my privilege to invite Principal Dr. Gurudatta Rajputji to enlighten us with his valuable words. Sir, we request you to kindly address this virtual gathering and share your insightful remarks. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Today's seminar on exploring new dimension in
Sir,
English.
you are not audible, sir. Please start your audio.
हाँ ऑडियो स्टार्ट है मेरा.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
ओके स्टार्ट है.
Okay, sir. Please.
हाँ तो today's seminar on national seminar on exploring new dimension in English language and literature. There are so many dimensions of English language and literature occurs nowadays, just like an interdisciplinary approach, digital literature and technology, then post-colonial and continuous global perspective. Then another one is gender and identity studies, eco-criticism and environmental concerns, linguistic innovation, reader response and contemporary criticism, thinking, reading, writing. It transforms literature into a living discipline. जैसे कि अभी गुप्ता जी सर ने कहा कि कर्म के बारे में कि कर्म करते रहो, IKS के अंतर्गत कि चिंता मत करो, कर्म करते रहो, फल की चिंता न करें. लेकिन हम जब पोस्ट मॉडर्निज्म में जाते हैं तो पोस्ट मॉडर्निज्म का एक एस्पेक्ट ऐसा कहता है कि तुम कर्म करो, हम फल खा लेंगे. इस सेमिनार के लिए मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं आपको. धन्यवाद. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring remark. We are truly grateful to Principal Dr. Gurudatta Rajputji for sharing such valuable thoughts and guiding us with wisdom and experience. Your words have added a great depth, sir, and perspective of today's webinar and have truly inspired all of us. Thank you once again, sir, for your precious time and encouragement. Now, I would like to request Dr. Santosh Tolthewale ji to kindly introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Kulkarni ji, Principal of JM Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangao, and a distinguished member of BOS Pune. Sir, we request you to kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Smita ji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. It's my great privilege to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Bhavanidas Kulkarni. Dr. Kulkarni sir is working in the capacity of Principal, Gramonati Mandal's Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangao, District Pune. He is heading the Department of English, Professor, Principal of the same college. Dr. Kulkarni sir has 30 years teaching experience at UG and PG level. He has delivered over 200 lectures as a resource person at various places in national, international seminars, conferences. Dr. Kulkarni sir is a research guide at Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, of the PhD in English. N number of students have been awarded the degree of PhD under his able guidance. Dr. Kulkarni sir has edited 10 plus books to UG courses of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, and wrote 3 books. Also, he is a chairman of Board of Studies in English of Savitribai Phule, Pune University for, I think, 2 to 3 times. Consecutive terms he has completed as heading the chairman, chairing the Board of Studies in English of the same university. Particularly, what if you talk about the specialization, the literary theory and modern Western drama is popular places of interest. Dr. Kulkarni sir has completed major research project assisted by University Grants Commission on literary theory. He has worked on various academic committees of recruitment, research, and syllabus designing. The syllabus prescribed for Savitribai Phule Pune University is a very innovative, very systematic, and a very dynamic syllabus he has prepared with his team. Dr. Kulkarni sir is also honorary member of various Board of Studies in English in Maharashtra in different universities. He is a very much command on criticism, right from Rolabad to Zach, Derrida, Tony Bennett, Stuart Hall, and n number of critics he had studied. And his well command is also as well as on Marathi saint poets, Saint Tukaram, Saint Gyaneshwar. He has studied the literature of all the saints in Maharashtra. So this enthusiastic personality, he's a well command on English and Marathi also in writing, speaking, and uh, all corners he has covered the literary theories. So it's our privilege. He has accepted our invitation without any. He has very, the responsibility. Nowadays, exams are going on, and in this busy schedule, he has given his valuable and precious time for us. So, on the behalf of organizing committee, I am very grateful to you, sir, that you have accepted. Your blessings and your acceptance is lot for us. With this brief introduction, I stop here and over to you, Asmita ji.
जी सर, थैंक यू सर। ज्ञान की ऊंचाइयों से जो दिशा दिखाते हैं, विचारों से नहीं राह बना जाते हैं। शब्दों में जिनके अनुभव की गहराई होती है, वह व्यक्तित्व ही युगों को प्रेरणा दे जाते हैं। वही व्यक्तित्व ही युग को प्रेरणा दे जाते हैं। With great leaders and academics are not just educator, they are visionary who inspire, change, nurture, intellect, and shape the future of generations. Today, we are truly honored to have with a distinguished personality whose dedication, leadership, and academic excellence have made a remarkable impact in the field of education. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Anand Kulkarni ji, Principal of JM Arts, Commerce, Science College, Narayangao, and a distinguished member of BOS Pune. Sir, your presence has
Chairman, ma'am. He is
immense
the chairman of Board of Studies in English.
I'm sorry, he is a chairman, and immense value and prestigious of today's one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Now, with a great respect and administration, I humbly invite you, our chairman, to kindly address this virtual gathering and enlighten us with your valuable thoughts. Please, sir. Dr. Anand Kulkarni ji. Sir, am I audible to you?
Wait, I will call him. Wait.
Sure, sure.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Hope I am audible and visible.
I
Hope.
request Dr. Kulkarni sir to
Yes.
deliver the keynotes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for kind introduction, and many more thanks to the organizing colleges, Principal Dr. Rajput sir, Principal Dr. Pandit sir, Principal Dr. Raghav sir, all three colleges, and coordinators and conveners, my dear friend Dr. Santosh Chothaiwale, another dear friend Dr. Sadashiv Pawar sir, Dr. Pardeshi sir, and all organizing committee, and the anchor person also. Thanks to all of you for inviting me to
Thank
interact with you all. Uh, though I was not virtually present, I had my ears to what was going on over here. My earlier speakers have touched upon some of the vital issues uh, that English literature and language have been undergoing these days, especially in the spate of information technology and in the era of artificial intelligence. Uh, Both Dr. Chaugule sir and Dr. Gupta sir touched upon Western and Indian, European and Indian aspects of new dimensions. So I'm thankful to them for having set the tone for the kind of discussion that is needed on a topic like this one. Thanks to your organizing team for having chosen this otherwise very challenging kind of theme or topic for this webinar, exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Uh, I have these two terms with which I have issues, this in the title itself, new and dimensions. And I would like to problematize them at the very outset because we need to understand what we mean by new and what we mean by dimensions. If we go by the dictionary meaning, we are likely to have some literally layered meanings, but then what is new is not likely to be new in the established sense of the term, especially in 2026. We are living in post-human, post-truth world where artificial intelligence has been looming large over us. I suppose new needs to be further uh, redefined in the context in which we are living right now. And dimensions may have a dictionary meaning like having components or elements. But then what components and elements we are supposed to take note of? For example, there is something like constitutive role that dimensions have to play. To give an example, for example, we have plot and characters and dialogue and climax and denouement and all those things, traditional conventions, literary conventions. If you take them to be the dimensions, it's very difficult to understand those dimensions in the present era with with artificial intelligence making deep inroads into us. It's very difficult going by the traditional. In short, dimensions need to be further differently understood in the present context. We need to do this because dimensions may have some canonical, some sort of hegemonial implication, which I suppose we should not fall prey to it, because there are traps even verbally also when we are living these days. And the binary like new and old would probably do not help us, because there are gray areas, and literature is all about gray areas. It's not about giving us the solutions. Questions are asked and solutions are given kind of thing is not there in literature. That is also true with language, more or less, because literature is a representation of the society in which we live, isn't it? If we go by this very broad and very conventional definition of literature, I hope this becomes quite clear that it's very difficult to come with some determinate and conclusive terms like new and dimensions about language and literature, because we are living into 21st century in 2026, and we have to negotiate with the speed and currents of information technology, artificial intelligence and all those things. And even webinars are, because the title itself, the word itself is webinar, we have to go with the virtual things, and real things are are merged into virtual things. So this distinction between real and virtual has become literally impossible, because that is not our experience, though that is more of a bookish kind of concept, theoretically true, practically probably not. So we are on a hybrid mode where we are both online and offline. Traditionally, offline things were very much important, because one who speaks was considered to be important, one who writes was considered to be less important. That has been the genealogy for the last 2000 years or so, especially with the Western uh, tradition. But then, because we are living in the hybridized world, I hope these terms need to be problematized and need to be relocated into the present contexts, where digitization on one hand and globalization on the other hand are putting pressures over us. That is it. That is what I think was necessary to start with, because I, being a student of literary theory, this needs to be correctly understood. We need to relocate the things, rearrange them, reconfigure them, so that we could have sort of some sort of understanding, though very provisional kind of understanding, but then that will be there. Now, if there is something like new dimension, what are these dimensions? That is how we have to. I won't be able to enumerate all of them, because I am not aware of how artificial intelligence and globalization, post-globalization world has rearranged the literary and linguistic activities, because we are not fully aware of all these things on a global level. But so far, what I have realized is this, that there is a digital transformation of pedagogy. There is literature and there is language, and add to it pedagogy, and it becomes further complicated and more challenging. That is why I think the theme is very important and vital, because it brings face to face to the challenges that artificial intelligence and post-globalization world has been offering to us. So we have to struggle with the challenges and try to find out either a mass identity or an individual identity, an issue which was raised and engaged deeply with by the Marxist and the post-Marxist also. But then, because we are living in the world where ideologies have crumbled, and where politicization has been very much rampant everywhere, where academic itself, especially academics in the humanities, has come under severe attack of technology and artificial intelligence and consumerism. It's very difficult exactly figuring out what has been new and what dimensions of literature need to be attended. So, but there has been a digital transformation, that is quite sure. That is for sure, that we have digitally transformed ourselves from the chalk talk kind of method to digitized teaching. So there is a transformation in pedagogy, both in terms of language and literature, the kind of language that we use and the kind of literary text that we read, these days. For example, it's very handy for me to take a hypertext and read it in the form of a Kindle gazette, that is very easy for me to, because I can quickly access to what I want. For example, the meaning of a word, the context that it has. So that those things are there, the links are provided. I can just click on it and everything that I want is provided to me. So this change has been there, that is it. Not just in the level of teaching, but also on the level of learning. Because there have been links and there are hyperlinks, and we continue, and hypertext emerges before us, and we fall into a seamless ocean of texts. That is it, both while learning and teaching. There has been a integration of multimedia in creative expressions. How far we have been creative is one more very important thing that we have to uh, consider, take note of. Are we creative in the traditional sense of the term, in the sense which Matthew Arnold wanted us to be, Wordsworth wanted us to be, Shelley wanted us to be, Victor Hugo wanted us to be, or any other literary writer or critic wanted us to be? We are no more creative in the canonical or the conventional sense of the term. And then the question arises, at what point of time we were creative? Another is, are we imaginative? Creative and imaginative are the two terms which we have traditionally associated with. I'm sorry, there is an interruption. So that my point is that multimedia has made a huge influence, or has made a kind of intervention, and a serious intervention into our idea of creativity, our idea of appreciation also. We are no more as appreciative verbally as we used to be before the advent of artificial intelligence. You can just Google or navigate or open the browse and write something, and a new poem, a new passage, anything that we want, we demand. So it's like gene coming out of the bottle and providing us the necessary services, isn't it? That used to be a kind of fairy tale those days, but then artificial intelligence has turned out to be a fairy tale fruitfully experienced by us these days. So where is creativity? That is an issue that we have to deal with. It does not mean that we are not creative. We have been creative. Artificial intelligence itself is our creation. May not be the creation of people coming from humanities, but then it has always been. I have a strong conviction that poets and scientists have the same level of imagination. Scientists have been imaginative and poets have been imaginative. Now, creativity is another word which we associated with literature in the last decades of 19th century, when English literature came to be institutionalized by the Newbold Report in England. So that is more of a recent phenomenon. But creativity has always been an issue with humanities, especially with literary writings. And this was not the first time that creativity was questioned, or creativity has been questioned. It was questioned repeatedly. For example, creativity was questioned by Mr. Plato himself 2500 years back, when he talked about the truthfulness of art, especially truthfulness of poetry. And from there downward, down the historical lane, we have been fighting. People from humanities have been fighting to register the utility and creativity of literature. You have two very strong critics, and they were themselves first class poets. For example, Mr. Philip Sidney and Mr. P.B. Shelley, who came out with strong defenses of how poetry, and by extension literature, is very important and useful and visionary and ethical and morally elevating us. So, not that we have not struggled with, we have been struggling, but then with artificial intelligence, I think imaginative and creative are the two terms which have been problematized. So, there has been an intervention. If you ever would like to know what is the new dimension, probably this is the new dimension that we have to understand, that our creativity, our conception of creativity and imagination are questioned. Now, this has a lot more to do with the literary text and the kind of language that we are using. That there has been the rise of world Englishes, Earlier, when we were colonial people, we had English as a standard language. For some time after post-colonial, in the post-colonial period, after independence, we were likely to be judged by the standard British English, what you call received pronunciation and all that. But then in the recent years, English has turned out to be a language of local and global both. That it has lost its standard hegemonic hierarchical status of a language of the victorious people. It has become the language of all of us, isn't it? And there are Englishes now. Now English, because it has lost its notional, normative, and hierarchical status of a world language of the victorious people, and it has turned out to be a language of communication with all of us, with local colors, with some sort of indigenization, with some cultural nuances expressed to it or reflected through it. English is no more the language of the Britishers now, no more the language of the Europeans. It is the language of all people across the world. And the survey tells us that because World Web was in English originally, because computers were originally in English. Earlier, when social media was not very much active and artificial intelligence did not make its mark, when internet was only the medium of communication that was available to us, English was mostly used as a language of communication across the world. But with social media, the rate of using English has come down from 65% to 48%. And this is an indication of the fact that English is replaced by other languages. At the same time, the symbols and emojis and emoticons have also played a significant role in replacing English, isn't it? So that is how it has lost its status of being a royal, majestic, dominating language. So this linguistic dominance is already uh, subsided, and it has given place to several languages, several Englishes. So I have my own English, and you all people who are listening to me right now have your own Englishes, and they are equally acceptable because they have their local color, vernacular culture attached to it, and it is not likely to be judged to the standard English that we have, in the name of Royal English. So that is what the new dimension that we have to understand when it comes to language. And we are living in post-colonial world where post-colonial voices are likely to be heard, because English has been, I have two very prominent examples. One of Chinua Achebe, I'm taking African examples, and another is the example of Olusoyinka. They were trying to reflect the African culture through language. They were breaking in standard conventionals of using language. They were trying to do that, and they were trying to create a linguistic equivalence, African linguistic equivalence with the British English, or Queen's English, what you call it, we received pronunciation and all that. So that was done on the level of creativity. While writing their novels and poems, both Achebe and Soyinka were intent upon, determined to use language which was essentially African. And that readers had to take the pains and efforts to understand what African words actually meant. The kind of thing that I'm talking about was uh, brought into practice by these great writers. Now, there are many of them, of course. These are just examples that I'm quoting. In Indian context also, I suppose some of the recent Indian writers have been trying to introduce their Englishes into their writings. Now we have bloggers, and we have Instagram people, and we have hypertext and whatnot. We have entered into an arena which has been opened infinitely by the artificial intelligence. So it's very difficult using conventional standards like creativity, imagination, universality, objectivity, and all rationality, and all those things. All those dimensions or features which characterized literature and language earlier are most likely to be challenged, if not threatened, by the advent of artificial intelligence. We are living into a world which is where learning is enhanced by technology. Our learning is enhanced by technology. And not just learning, our teaching in the classroom is also enhanced by technology. Because there is, as far as language is concerned, you shall see that there is a shift from pure grammar rote method of learning and teaching towards a practical real life communication skills. We have entered into this world where there is a pressing and urgent demand of change from or shift from what you call conventional grammatical correctness to communicability. That is another dimension that we have to understand. And then we have turned towards virtual reading and virtual writing. For example, something like PPT that we these days use, and we can easily give the further links for those who are interested in all that. So this is both in terms of reading and in writing. Of reading, I gave you the example of reading books on Kindle, which is the exact copy of reading book in the printed form. And that we have varieties. We, in the conventional term, we call them to be dialects, but then we have a lot of varieties as far as English is concerned. So both on the level of language and literature, how much time I have, how far do you think I should proceed? Next 5-10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Because I think we are already running short of time, so I shouldn't steal the time. Anyway, but then there is something called cli-fi these days. This cli-fi is climate fiction. We have moved to climate fiction, where I remember a writer, a novelist called Liz Jensen, who wrote the novel The Uninvited. That was sometime, if I'm not mistaken, 2012. This was the novel which was straightway against any kind of generic distinction. This is another dimension that we have to understand, that genre is busted. We are no more fictional and non-fictional. There is something, writing always comes, these days writing comes between fictional and non-fictional. It is no more, these labels are no more useful, because writers have started preferring the gray area. Somewhere writing is sandwiched between fictional and non-fictional, and we cannot easily label them and call them to be fictional or non-fictional. So, but then there has been a shift towards environmental literature these days, and disability literature also. That is one more very important dimension as far as literature is concerned. Also, language used is very different, not the same dialogic method that the writers prefer these days. There are implications, there are plays with there are puns on words, and there are plays with words, and it's very difficult for us to read them the way we are used to. For example, there is not a linear structure as far as the plot is concerned. Nothing is linear, nothing is chronologically adjusted, nothing is comprehensible. I hope some of you must have read Thomas Pynchon, an American writer, an American novelist. He himself was a novelist who wrote without making any public appearance and not ready to take the prizes. Probably he was the first. He was writing sometime in 1970s and 80s in America, and Pynchon is considered to be one of the pioneers of this kind of writing, where it's very difficult for us to quickly distinguish between fictional and non-fictional. You cannot classify this novel, The Uninvited by Liz Jensen. This is a novel. She is a Denmarkian novelist And this is very difficult if you read, as a reader, and if you have the conventional yardsticks, it's very difficult for you to read it with the same notions at your hand. So there is nothing like climax and anticlimax, and there is nothing like beginning, middle, and end. And these Aristotelian models would not probably help us know this novel. There is a novel by Kazuo Ishiguro by the title Clara and the Sun. This was the novel written in 2021, and the narrator of the novel is an artificial friend. Now this has a lot more to do with the artificial intelligence. What are we doing with artificial intelligence is what this novel is all about. And this novel questions human consciousness. This novel of 2021, questions the human consciousness. The language that is used, that will take another session and we don't have time. I'm just making passing references, passing mentions of these novels. Some novels and poems and plays you can add on, and the list is so big. The point is, these writers have been doing these days, and these are living writers who are struggling with creativity and imagination, writers who are struggling with the generic compulsions. They are struggling how to dissociate themselves with the generic standards and come out with non-generic, non-fictional world in which we are really living right now. Because what was considered to be fictional earlier is no more fictional now. Factual is fictional and fictional is factual, because we are virtual these days. Everything that is virtually shown, and we are compelled to believe into what is virtually shown. That is it. That is the era in which we are living, where we don't have the mechanism with the help of which or through which we can assess and come to a very rational understanding of something. We are living into multi perspectives, so there is not a single perspective. We have lost singularity, we have lost linearity, we have lost rationality, we have lost creativity. And all these are replaced by the artificial intelligence, the phantoms that have sprung from the basket of artificial intelligence, have taken hold of all this. So it's very difficult doing for all of us. There is something like microfiction these days, which is very popular. Jennifer Egan, another very popular British writer, she writes in an extremely unconventional fashion. She wrote a novel by the title A Visit from the Goon Square, that was in 2013 that she wrote. If you read, you will understand that this is not a novel at all. Neither Harold Bloom nor any M.H. Abrams, any established critic will help you understand this novel. Because this novel is neither utopian nor dystopian. It is not a science fiction. It is not a climate fiction. It is microfiction. Because there is an entire chapter called entire chapter in the structure of PowerPoint presentation in the novel. And it's very difficult for us to understand as to how this would go. Margaret Atwood has made very popular, a 6-word novel. I think the earlier speakers have mentioned this, so I'll skip this point. Now, what do you think? What we have to make out of all this? I would say this is more chaotic, more challenging, more unconventional, and more probably beyond our compass of arranging systematically, rationally, and coming to some conclusions. It's very difficult doing this, because each one of us is now privileged or offered a kind of freedom to deal with the things. We're already with autonomy, as far as higher educations are concerned. And what we are doing with autonomy is what we are doing with literature and language, to put it in a different context. That is probably a more relevant context, because that quickly relates us to what we are living with. So, because we are in the era of virtuality, the concepts like rationality and universality and objectivity and all those things would probably not help us. So we have to move towards a world where there is something like cyber reality. This was Thiago Gugi. He is an African writer who came out with the idea of decolonization of mind. He was the one who came out with this. He argued that there is something like saburality. That is, either we write, there is writing and orality. Then he coins this new term called cyberality, and that we have to deal with this cyberality. On one hand, some of you must have read a wonderful book by Gauri Vishwanathan by the title Marks of Conquest, in which she argues that we have denationalized language now. And this denationalized, this is very important. If there is decolonization of minds by Thiong'o, we have another denationalization of language by Gauri Vishwanathan. We are between these two. And this denationalization, decolonization, probably takes us to some kind of de-technologization, That is very difficult, of course, but then we have to do this. There is a toxicity that is very much there. Some sort of addiction is there. How far this is going to be helpful to us as far as a community is concerned, as far as the ethics are concerned, and all those things. We are living in a challenging world. That is the point that I would like to bring to you. These were some of the stray thoughts which I wanted like sharing with you. I am sure these are not complete. I am also sure that this is not going to help us in any way, but we are living into we are at the beginning of the tunnel, and we don't have the light. We need to have torches which can give us some searching light, and we don't know whether this tunnel has any end or otherwise. But then artificial intelligence is always there to help us. Let us see how far artificial intelligence helps us do with these things. Another concern, and I am done, the concern of feeling, what we have to do with our feelings. These days I have been thinking seriously about this aspect of humanity, Is artificial intelligence meant for dehumanizing us? Is it dehumanizing us? Is literature dehumanized? Is language dehumanized? Is language made artificial? Are we using signs and symbols in place of words? Are we on the verge of losing our verbal capacity? Some of the concerns that we have to deal with. And I, being a student of criticism, will not provide you answers, because there are no ready-made answers and no easy answers. We are all surrounded by questions. These are some of the questions. What shall we do with? We have already done away with thought and feeling. Mr. Eliot talked about these two things, that there should be a combination of thought and feeling while criticizing Mr. Wordsworth. Eliot came out with this idea, but that was when he was writing after the First World War. After the Second World War, he was also changed to some extent. We are at the verge of Third World War, probably. At least we are surrounded by the threatening shadows of the war, Now, in this horrifying context where nothing is sure and nothing is certain and nothing is rationally working with us, what are we to do with our emotions? What artificial intelligence will do with our emotions? That is my concern. What it will do with literature. Will it keep us human? Because we are human, we are sensitive. Because we are human, we are sensitive. Aristotle came out with two very prominent ideas, two very prominent aspects of humanity in his Poetics. One was imitation, another was pleasure. Pleasure being an emotion, a feeling. And literature has the role of giving this pleasure to us. Is it giving us the pleasure that we need? Or are we desensitized? We need to resensitize ourselves. That is what I think artificial intelligence should be used for. And I'm sure this conference webinar is a step towards realizing these problems and issues that lie in our way to realizing this. Let us hope that artificial intelligence, our writers and linguists, help us understand in a much clearer and much better fashion these perplexing things to us, and we shall move towards using artificial intelligence to keep us sensitive human beings, sensitive and sympathetic, and if possible, empathetic also. I hope any student of literature and language will understand the difference between sympathy and empathy. So literature has this role to take us to empathy. Hope this will happen with all of us. Thanks to all of you for a patient listening. This is another thing that we are fast losing in artificial intelligence, We are people addicted to screen time, more and less to hearing to people. We are not there to give our ears to others. We are not there to give our tongue to others. We are there to give our eyes to others, That is it. Hope artificial intelligence does not make, does not create the monster out of the humanity, and it keeps us human beings, does not make us machine. This conference is probably towards that. Thanks to all of you for inviting me, the conveners, Dr. Chothaiwale sir, Dr. Pawar sir, all respected principals sir, the inaugurator sir, and Dr. Gupta sir, and Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir. I should make a special mention of sir also. To all of you, to all audience, respected and dignified audience, and to Anchor Madam also for making a lively presentation. Thanks to all of you.
It's worthy to hear you, sir. आपके विचारों ने एक दिशा दिखा दी है आज, ज्ञान की गहराई से राह सजा दी है आज. Thank you so much, sir, for your truly insightful and inspiring keynote address. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Anand Kulkarni ji for sharing such a valuable thoughts and for enriching this webinar with your profound knowledge and experience. Indeed, a man himself is an institution, and your words today truly reflected that wisdom, depth, and vision. Your address has not only enlightened us, but has also motivated us to explore new dimensions in the field of English language and literature. Thank you once again, sir, for being with us this precious time and guidance of yours. Thank you. Thank you once again. As we approach the this enriching session, it is the time to express our heartfelt gratitude. I invite Dr. Gopal Suryavanshi ji to propose the vote of thanks. So we request you to kindly express the words of gratitude on behalf of all of us. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible to all of you? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, all of you. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. I am immensely grateful to the President of Ajanta Education and Military Preparatory Institute, Honorable Shri Uttamrao Pawar. I pay my sincere gratitude to the President of Rajashri Shahu Shikshan Sanstha, Honorable Prabhakar Rao Palodkar. A special thanks to the President of Shri Ganesh Shikshan Sanstha, Honorable Dr. Prakash Bandwalkar, for their valuable support to conduct this webinar. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Inaugurator, Dr. Ramesh Chaugule, for inaugurating this webinar. I would like to express my deep gratitude to our Chief Guest, Dr. Ashish Gupta, who shared his valuable thoughts on the theme of this webinar. A special thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Kulkarni, Principal of GM Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangao, who shared his valuable insights with us on the theme of the webinar. I feel obliged to the chairperson of this inaugural session and principal of Indiraraj Arts and Science College, Dr. Gurudat Rajput. I am immensely grateful to the principal of Yashwantrao Chauhan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, Dr. Ashok Pandit. My thanks are also due to the principal of Shri Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon, Dr. N.B. Agav, for their kind support in the execution of the webinar. I give my sincere thanks to the conveners, Dr. Santosh Chothewale sir, Srimati Dr. Rupali Palodkar, Dr. Sadashiv Pawar, for their careful planning and execution of the webinar. I express my deep sense of gratitude to the organizing committee members, Mr. Dilip Agrawal, Dr. J.D. Pardeshi, and Dr. Ravikant Jadwar for their cooperation in the webinar. A special thanks to the technical team, Ms. Katre ma'am, Mr. N.J. Misal, and Mr. Yelwande sir for their kind support. I am very grateful to Dr. Asmita Swadwe for her great anchoring in the webinar session. I am immensely grateful to the delegates, teachers, research students from various institutes for their active participation in the webinar and make this a successful. It's all up to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll move towards our plenary session. our first plenary speaker, Dr. Kapil Singalji from VN Government Institute of PJ Arts and Social Science, Nagpur, and the chairman of BOS. Our second plenary speaker, Dr. Arjun Jadhavji, former head Department of English, Ferguson College, Pune. Our plenary session chairman, Principal Dr. N. V. Agausti, Principal of Sri Asaram Bhanwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgarangari. Now, we move towards our plenary session. To begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Sadashiv Pawarji to kindly introduce our first plenary speaker, Dr. Kapil Singalji from VN Government Institute of PG Arts and Social Science, Nagpur, and the chairman of BOS. Sir, we request you to kindly proceed.
Okay, okay, thanks. Am I audible to all?
Yes,
Am I
yes.
audible? Okay, okay. Good afternoon to all. For this plenary session, we have Chairperson, Principal Professor Agao sir, distinguished speakers, Dr. Kapil Singhal from Nagpur, and Dr. Arjun Dado sir from Pune. It's my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone present here for this plenary session. We are truly honored to have such an esteemed gathering of scholars, experts, and enthusiastic participants who have come together to share knowledge, ideas, and insights. A plenary session holds a special place in any academic or professional gathering, as it brings together diverse perspectives under one roof and provide a platform for meaningful dialogue. I am quite sure that this plenary session will be intellectually stimulating and enriching with thought-provoking discussion led by our distinguished speakers. For this plenary session, I would like to introduce at first our dear friend Dr. Kapil Singhal sir from Nagpur, the very center of political power, and later on Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir was my guide and teacher from cultural and educational with Digital Hub Pune. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson, my Principal Professor Agau sir, our experts who are going to deliver their talks, Dr. Kapil Singhal sir and Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir. I also extend a warm welcome to all participants and hope this session will be very listening, interacting, and exchanging ideas. Once again, I welcome to you all. And let me introduce Dr. Kapil Singhal sir. We all organizers are privileged to have with us Professor Dr. Kapil Singhal sir, who is heading the postgraduate teaching department of English at Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur, since March 2014. He was deputed as Joint Director of Higher Education for Jalgaon region from 24 September 2024 to 21 September 2025. With a teaching experience of 30 years, under his supervision, 9 students have been awarded PhD, and at present, 6 students are pursuing their doctoral research. Even 2 students have been awarded MPhil under his supervision. And selected through Maharashtra Public Service Commission, he joined junior college in 1994, and later on then he was promoted to senior college on 13 October 2007. He was a former nominated member of Board of Studies in English, I think for 3 terms, due to short of time, I'm going to skip his introduction. His much bigger. And here, I would like to mention that he was nominated Board of Studies later on in also in 2022-27, and at present he is the chairman of Board of Studies English of RTM Nagpur University. He has been a part of the syllabi designing committee at Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur, for undergraduate and postgraduate courses which were implemented in these three subsequent terms, that is 2012 to 13 and 2016 to 17 and 2020 to 21. And for the programs prescribed as per recommendations of NEP 2020 in 2023 to 24 and 24 to 25 for postgraduate and undergraduate classes respectively. As far as his research activities are concerned, he has published 39 papers in UGC listed journals of national and international repute. Even 12 chapters also he has published in books and 18 papers in conference proceedings. He has been a chairman, resource person in 64 national, international, and regional seminars and conferences. His area of expertise and interest embraces the present Indian writings and English drama that propagates social reforms. He has organized around 25 international, national, regional, sponsored or self-funded conferences, seminars, online guest lectures for UG and PG students, and also has organized two UGC recognized faculty programs. I request Dr. Kapil Singhal sir to deliver his talk. Thank you.
Yeah.
Over to you, Asmita.
थैंक यू सदाशिव पवार जी। नेतृत्व की कला से जो राह बनाते हैं, ज्ञान की शक्ति से भविष्य सजाते हैं, विचारों में जिनकी दृष्टि की व्यापकता होती है, वही युग के सच्चे निर्माते कहलाते हैं, वही युग के सच्चे निर्माते कहलाते हैं। True leadership in academic is not only knowledge about knowledge, it is about the vision, administration, and the ability to inspire transformation. Today, we are truly honored to have with us a distinguished academician and an exceptional administrator whose contribution to education reflects excellence, leadership, and commitment. It is my immense pleasure to invite Dr. Kapil Singhal from VN Government Institute of PG Arts and Social Science, Nagpur, and Chairman of BOS. Sir, your remarkable administrative skills and academic excellence have set a benchmark in the field of higher education. Now, with a great respect and administration, I humbly invite you, sir, to kindly address this virtual gathering and share your valuable insights with us. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Sadhve ma'am, for this
My pleasure, sir.
wonderful appreciation.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, ma'am, will I be allowed to share my video? And I have to present it my PPTs as well. So
Ji,
I
sir.
will have
Sure,
to
sir.
make me co-host.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
Technical team, please allow for sharing PPTs.
केलाय सर.
Okay.
सर ऑप्शन ऑन आहे सर, चौथ्या वाले सर.
Okay.
हो.
Dr. Kapil sir, yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Will I be able to share my screen? Am I co-host now?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Absolutely. Yes.
Share screen. But I'm not getting that option.
Yes, it is in progress. Yes. It is visible, sir.
No, I'm visible, but my PPT.
कळत रे मॅडम.
Just a minute.
हा, sir, बोला ना.
सरांना परमिट करा ते शेअर करण्यासाठी.
परमिट आहे ना सर. परमिट केलेलं आहे सर. सर
ओके,
प्लीज
ओके,
शेअर
ओके.
युअर PPT.
हा,
डायरेक्ट
ओके.
PPT.
हो. मिनिमाइज केलं.
Sir, please open the PPT.
Yeah, I have opened the PPT.
Okay.
And the site will build the contents of your screen. This is what I'm getting. Entire screen. I've clicked on the entire screen, but I'm not getting that PPTs, those PPTs. Share. See what am I sharing? Just let me know.
In
Yes, yes,
progress,
sir.
sir. It is in progress.
Please open the your PPT tab directly.
It's open. My
It is.
PPT is open. Here it is.
Yes, yes. Got it,
Yes,
sir. Got
sir,
it.
sir.
Got it.
Got it?
Okay.
Okay.
It is open, sir.
Yeah. So once again, a big thanks to Madam Salve and my friend Dr. Sadashiv Pawar for introducing me in such an excellent way. The management of the organizing institutes, organizing committee, chief guest, keynote speaker, and participating teachers and students. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to of a resource person is in such an important in a conference on such an important subject. As we find nowadays that we are living in the world of transition, the things are changing fast everywhere. They are changing, whether it is design of your clothes, whether it is architecture, whether it is any other system which is related to our everyday life. The things are changing fast, and language too is affected by all this. There are, as it is done, exploring different dimensions. That is what is required. We are living in an era of drastic technological change, technological change, and all those changes, all these new innovations are really affecting language in positive as well as negative way. And as the theme of our webinar is language and literature, uh, along with language, I will also be considering some aspects of literature from thematic points of view. So as when it comes to language, we have influence of social media is affecting the language. The evolution of language on platforms like Twitter and Instagram, this is what they provide. Brevity is mean shortness, novel form formations, new form for word formations, new innovations when it comes to expression through different words, and the rise of internet slang as a legitimate communicative form. Now, take for example Twitter and not Twitter, sorry, Instagram and Facebook itself. You have a follower on Instagram and you have a friend on Facebook. So every platform has its own identity, has its own way for its members, and that whatever they have, whatever their characteristics are, they affect and influence our mode of expression, that is our language. So and we are constantly in touch with all these platforms nowadays. And so but as there is some limitation of words, that is what provides brevity to our sentences, to our expression. We are able to express in short, as Kulkarni sir has told us in his keynote speak, that we do make certain kind of uh, we compromises with when it comes to grammatical from grammatical rules. That is what are not followed, but still the expression, what we want to express, that is done. And that also results in the creation of novel words, new words which are formed, along with some internet slang. Some then Other than influence of social media, what is changing the dimension of language is the computer assistance and online platforms. As already mentioned above, digital tools, artificial intelligence, which is taking the world by storm nowadays, and computer mediated communication. They are changing pedagogical approaches in teaching of English. The way the English was taught, the what we were taught when we were students, has completely changed now. We Even the demands of our students are changing. The attendance in classrooms, they are declining, they are dwindling, going down. And there are other ways the student wants to remain connected. And if all that is because of the development of technology. Then stimulation with regional languages, encouragement of coming together with regional languages. For example, we have a new form of English which is known as English, which is influenced by Hindi. And then again we have language for specific purpose. Earlier, as English was a general, it was taught as a general language, but now it has there are certain kind of specializations. And its focus has shifted towards tailored language learning for job interviews, technical writing, and industry specific communication. As there are specific We are finding that specific courses, programs are coming up. We have hotel management, we have pharma management, we have business management, as it was earlier, out of which different branches have come. And each branch has its own vocabulary, has its own language. And that is why there is need to introduce students to this industry specific communication, different modes of technical writing which are required. Sometimes it is for the brochure, sometimes it is for the websites, for academic websites, for the websites of business firm. So different vocabulary and different expressions are required. And job interviews, of course, that is what is gaining quite popularity nowadays, particularly when the students are competing more and more in competitive examinations, and where they have to take personal interviews. So this is how social media, computer, regional languages, and language for specific purpose are affecting the language in the postmodern era. Then, when it comes to literature, language and literature, we have texts which are displayed on electronic devices. Earlier, as we have the traditionally published books, printed forms were there, but now they are being replaced by ebooks, audiobooks, blogs, and interactive hypertext fiction, which are coming to replace the print forms. Then, new kind of literature has evolved, particularly after the Second World War. One that is post-colonial literature, after the British, who had left almost 55 countries after the Second World War, one of them being India. So a kind of literature which has come over on these places is a post-colonial and diaspora literature, as the new era, the new world has provided mobility, movement from one nation to another, has to to its citizens. And that mobility has created another kind of literature which is known as diaspora, when a person from one nation goes and settles in other nation and writes about his or her nation. That is what is there. uh, they are from formerly colonized regions, focuses on change in approach. It should be innovative narrative techniques, search for identity, and political engagement. So everything is changed in these post-colonial and diaspora literature. The writers, they have their own political view, They are not under the more under the influence of colonial rule. The new kinds of narrative techniques have come up, particularly the one that the flashback technique, which is very popular nowadays. There is search for identity. So these are the important themes that we find in literature of the day. And literature contemporary themes, the next point, as literature addresses modern issues, climate change, feminism, subaltern voices, Dalit literature that we have in India, uh, mental health, multiculturalism, and globalization. So these are the contemporary themes that we come across in literature, which earlier was limited to certain four walls. It has come out of that, and the whole world has become its stage. Then multimedia storytelling is there. The fusion of text with audio, video, and interactive design alters the consumption of stories and the way the stories are, the way they are told to the audience. That this is how we have different dimensions in literature as well. Now, after this brief introduction of different dimensions uh, that we have in language and literature, I would go to some aspects some new things that we are finding in language nowadays. As already mentioned in the introduction, brevity, abbreviations, and neologisms. They are uh, brevity, as we all know, short. As the brevity, as we all know, is expressing in short. That is what is we call brevity. Abbreviation, short form, which are becoming more and more popular in the new generation. And neologisms, that is the new meaning to the word, to the same word. That is what we have nowadays. Now platforms like X, which formerly was known as Twitter, uh, has a limitation of 280 character. And this limitations, that is what this kind of limitation, this limitation uh, makes us express whatever we want to in the shortest way possible. And that is why we take help of acronyms, shortenings, word which are shortened. And they help us to utilize the space and uh, share our thought in more detail. So with its 180 character 280 character limit, and Instagram's focus on captions over text, that has popularized extreme brevity to save time and space. We have many acronyms: LOL, laugh out loud, BRB, and there is a list of acronyms on the right side of this slide. If you can see that, uh, BRB, be right back. Now it's a challenge now to remember all these acronyms for our generation, with which the new Gen Z generation is very comfortable. That is what we are getting now. Again, this is adding new dimension to the English language. Shortening of words: are you okay? That is for how it is written nowadays. Just R, U, alphabet R, alphabet U, and alphabet K. Are you okay? That's all. Now this kind of shortening, they are gaining more and more. They are being expressed more and more, and they are gaining acceptance as well. Then social media is this way we find that social media is a breeding ground for new words that describe digital behaviors, many of which have migrated into many languages. Now selfie, now this seems to be an English word, but in all language it's a selfie, a photo taken of oneself, which wasn't there when we were young, isn't it? When I was young, I should say. And for my generation, there was no such selfie or things like this. But now that new need has come, and so the word has come for then ghosting, when suddenly you end all kind of communication with someone. You are wishing him good morning every day. You are sending them messages uh, quite frequently, but suddenly you stop. I don't know what something goes wrong. You are not happy with that person, and suddenly you stop all communication with that person. That is known as ghosting. And stan, which is a portmanteau word of stalker and fan, an obsessive fan. your fan who follows whatever you do, whether it is right or wrong. The person doesn't judge it, but just follows you blindly. That kind of following is known as stan. And then doom scrolling, continuously scrolling down to through some negative news, some negative, as we are getting the news of war nowadays, which is all negative, with attack one condition attacking the others, but still that curiosity is there to know about it, and we go on scrolling our YouTube and other social sites. So this kind of scrolling is known as doom scrolling, when you keep on scrolling continuously, even just to know the negative news that is what is there. So these are a few examples of how the brevity, abbreviation, and neologisms are affecting the English language nowadays. Then semantic shift, that is the meaning of word. Study of meaning of word is semantics. So semantic shift uh, and emojis. Emojis have become an important part, as Sir Kulkarni sir has mentioned in his keynote. Existing words are acquiring new meanings. For example, the word viral. Viral in once upon a time was only related to the disease. Now it refers to content that spreads rapidly online. So it refers to content that spreads rapidly online, not just disease. It is no more only a disease. The news also goes viral now. Viral is, it was related to the spread of disease, but now it is no more related only to the spread of disease. In fact, it is more used to the spread of certain news or certain information than thread. As thread, we all know, is something which is utilized to make clothes. Now that is a series of linked posts, the posts which are related to each other. Now that is what we have thread. We have that we have a social platform of thread as well. And troll, an online agitator rather than a mythical creature. The original meaning of troll is was they were the mythical creatures in the creatures in mythology who would be helping human beings. But nowadays, people are trolled. And why are they trolled? They have said something, they have done something which hasn't been liked by a section of society, and that section of society criticizes them, and that criticism is known as trolling. You troll an online, that trolling is, the word troll has taken a new meaning nowadays. And of course, we have emojis, memes, and hashtags to express our feeling, our thoughts. As a few that I have taken, which are available in the mobile phones of of everyone of uh, each and everyone. That is, face is there with tears of joy. Skull is there, which means I am dead from laughter or shock. Not really dead, but that skull means you are dead from laughter. You are laughing a lot, or you are shocked, astonished. That is what it means. Then sometimes these eyes are expressed, they are expression of suspense, curiosity, or they are warning that I am keeping a watch on you, I am watching you. So these are the things, certain thing. Hashtags are there, at the rate of is there. That is what we frequently use nowadays. And memes are used as vocabulary. So this is how semantic shift has taken place. And with new technology, as new forms are available, which are not in the form of words, they are figures, and that is what is utilized, that is what is used by the people to express themselves. So they have entered they have entered the mode of expression, though they haven't been a part of language yet. But because they are for all the languages, whether it is English, Hindi, Urdu, Marathi, for all they will be there. So these expressions, they are again, they have added another dimension to the languages of this, in this postmodern era. um, in regional languages, as English is the one language which is considered to be uniting India from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. It is said so. But English itself as sir has said, again Kulkarni sir has said that there is no more British English now. It is not the language of Britishers anymore. It is we have the regional influences are so much on English, and how particularly here I will be talking about Hindi, because English is what I had mentioned in my introduction, and how it there are certain words from Hindi which have entered the English language, and these Indian expressions, they make Indian English different from either American or British English. They are innovations enriching English in terms of creating its global appeal. For example, there is word babu, which is not there on this list. The word babu, originally babu meant was is a Bengali word which means a landlord, and the same babu was used by British for clerk. So now the same babu, that babu word is nowadays is used in was used in Hindi first for a clerk, and now it has become part of English language accepted by the Oxford and Cambridge dictionaries. So now the another aspect you have to remember here is that this British people, they are accepting, they are not talking about the purity of language, that this will be affecting our language adversely, the purity will be taken away. They are not doing that. They are accepting all the words which are becoming a part of their language, and every year officially a few foreign words are, they become a part of English language through approval of these dictionaries, the dictionary of the Oxford and Cambridge universities. So influence of regional languages on the Banglo is one example. Chutney, khaki, loot, shampoo, which has been derived from Hindi word champu, to massage or praise. From the shampoo word has come thug, another robber. Jagannath, and Jagannath, what we say about that temple of Orissa in Bhubaneswar, that the Jagannath rolls on, is a phrase in English that is smoothly, to move out, to move smoothly. That is what is there. Now that these all words have become part and parcel of English language. So regional language too are influencing the English vocabulary. Postpone and prepone, if you know, nowadays prepone is being used so comfortably and so easily, but originally it was never a part of English language. It is the Indian English which has first used the word prepone. And if you look into the dictionary of Oxford or Cambridge, you will find the meaning of word prepone, where they have written it Indian English. There was postpone in English, but prepone wasn't there. It wasn't a part of it. But Indians, they used it so many a times. It was used so comfortably, so conveniently, and while expressing themselves, postponing and preponing, that it has become a part of it. Is it seems to be an originally a part of English language, but that is not so. It is through the Indian English that prepone has entered the English language. So this is how regional languages have influenced English vocabulary. This is what I've already told you about the tailored training, tailored language that we have nowadays. English is there for specific purpose. English is there for the purpose of interview. It is for the technical writing, and as we are finding that industries different specializations are coming up. I had given you the example of pharma industry, hotel management and business management, and now what is happening because of that, these all these language, every program has its own vocabulary, and that vocabulary is making it a tailored language. A special kind of training is assigned to the candidate for, in accordance to whatever their aim is. So we have this another new aspect. The same language is being divided into different forms in according to the profession that the candidate would like to enter into. So space English for specific purpose is again gaining is getting important day by day. It is gaining important significance day by day. This is what we have. English for job interviews. Then mock interviews are conducted. to train the candidate. Technical writing, of course, it is there, and industry specific communication that I've already explained. And about technical writing, as again this I had told you in my introduction that it's different. For academic website, it will be different. For an industry, it will be different. So they are trained, the content writers, they are trained that way. Their vocabulary is enriched in that particular area. Now when these kind of changes are taking place, when it comes to teaching, how does it affects our teaching? We have a we that flipped classroom is a new form of that is coming off, and is a pedagogical model that reverses traditional learning by delivering instruction such as online lectures or readings outside of class, while dedicating in class time to active learning, collaboration, and problem solving. So when in this way, I'm talking only about languages. Remember here, it is not about the other subjects. When it comes to language, and when the students are getting in touch with this language through various social platforms and other ways of expression, the things have changed. There needs to be change in our teaching method as well. Earlier, as it was teacher centric, teacher was at the center and the class was important, we would be giving homework to them. But now it is not like that. The classroom has flipped. The students, whatever is there, they would read it on their own, at their places, through their through the apps that they have. And it will be only a form of discussion in the classroom when it comes to language. So the key components of a flipped classroom, what are they are pre-class learning. Now that is what is required. The student will have to read it. They will have to read it before entering the classes. New content before class, often through pre-recorded videos, podcasts, or readings. Now that reading can be in a form of print. It can be in a form of in form of any in other mode of other mode, that digital mode. Then active in-class application. The class time will be used for interactive activities, group projects, case studies, and discussion to apply to knowledge. So this is how we should, when it comes to the teaching of language, this is how we will have to come up to. We will have to change the method of teaching the language. Then coming to literature, as different dimensions of literature we have already talked about. I have already talked about in my introduction. Of course, displayed on electronic devices, that's a different thing. But the two new modes that have come, the two new forms, the two new dimensions that have come, they are post-colonial literature and diaspora writing. So they have their own way, they have their own technique, their own themes. And the post-colonial literature, it is about the resistance and counter narratives. Earlier, when the colonial rule was there, when it was a British colony, the things were different. The writers, they were somewhere, there were certain limitations in their expression. Now that has gone away, and post-colonial literature directly challenges the mainstream colonial narratives that depicted colonized people as inferior, uncivilized, or lazy. So not only literature is challenging it, but even in the various fields, as we find nowadays, we are proving ourselves that we are not inferior. We are not inferior, and not and much better, not than uh, the Britishers, or the colonizers, I should say. So the writers aim to rephrase history from the perspective of the marginalized. Now that is what happens. The upper strata of society, they go and mix with everyone. The things, the things where it is the mostly that it is mostly affected is the middle class and the lower class. And so here the writers, they aim to rephrase history, to rewrite history from the perspective of the marginalized, the people who have struggled, who are marginalized, not the upper strata of the society. So that resistance and counter narratives are the important part, are important subjects of post-colonial literature. Then here the search for identity and hybridity comes in. Characters, they struggle with fragmented identities. They are not sure about their identity. Their multiculturalism is there. Then in neighborhood, people from different caste, from different creed, they are coming together, living together. So then characters often struggle with fragmented, divided identity. They are unable to confirm to about their identity, and it's fragmented. Confusing, they are confused with their identities, navigating the blend of native tradition and imposing colonial culture. The native traditions, that the old culture that we have, the old traditions that we have, and then imposed, it is still affected by the colonial culture. The our way of dressing, the sense of dressing, it is so much western, it is no more traditional nowadays, and it is, we are so comfortable with it, it is so normal with it. So now that is what is the fragmented identity. We talk about our culture, but the way we dress, it is the British way we dress, coat and tie and all this. So that is there. However, this produces hybrid cultures, the mixing of two, exploring the complex in between space of post-colonial life. So this is one of the themes that we come across in post-colonial literature. Reclaiming the language. Authors often use the colonizers' language, English, French, while infusing it with local dialect, rhymes, and vocabulary to reclaim their voice and resist linguistic imperialism. So even if the writing is in English or in any other foreign language, English or French, etc., the local dialects, rhythms, and vocabulary, they are a part of it. And that way, the importance of regional language, our language, is expressed by the writer. Then we have themes of displacement and diaspora. That is what we would be discussing in the diaspora literature as well, and focus on marginalized voices. As nowadays we find Dalit literature has come up, it is growing day by day, and it has its own way of presentation, its own way of expression, its own styles of narratives they are having. So this is what we find in post-colonial literature, particularly when the marginalized classes who were suppressed prior to the colonial rule have now, in the democratic setup, when the democracy is truly implemented, and when they are getting their space, they are getting their right. So that literature is coming up, and this all is a new addition to the new addition to the literature, new dimension to the literature. As a few writers I have mentioned there, key authors and examples, as we for of post-colonial literature. Then from post-colonial, we move on to the diaspora writings. The main theme of diaspora writing, again, something that you don't find in the traditional literature. It is displacement and alienation. The person, characters, they often feel uprooted. They go away from their motherland, from their native places, in search of job, in search of income. They for them, for their development, for the development of their family, they move away from one place to another, but they feel uprooted, suffering from the loss of their homeland. That is what they lose, and experiencing alienation or otherness and new surroundings. So they are not acceptable. They are not immediately acceptable in their new surrounding, to the new vicinity that they have visited, to the new place that they have gone and they have settled at. But so that feeling of uprootedness, suffering the loss of their homeland, and experiencing alienation, they are important part of diaspora writing. Then memory and nostalgia, the profound sense of longing for the past and the home left behind, which is often idealized or distorted through time. So they remember their past, they remember their childhood, they remember the place where they were born and brought up. that all is remembered. But with the time, as with the time, the memory gets blurred, and because of that, the profound sense of longing for the past and the home left behind is often idealized. Whatever they remember perfectly, correctly, that is idealized, or sometimes it is distorted through time because of the uh, because of the time. Then it gets distorted. Then cultural hybridity, that is the blending of cultures, multiculturalism we talk about, that is what we have. Blending of cultures, tradition and languages, exploring how individuals navigate the complexities of having dual or multiple identities. So how it's a challenge for, and man is a social animal. No matter what, how much he progresses individually, he may be an IS officer, he may be a teacher, he may be a successful politician, whatever it is, but ultimately it is the social bonding that never goes away. And so that blending of this culture, tradition and languages, and is that is what we have in the postmodern era. And individuals have to navigate the complexities, they have to, it's a challenge for them. And this dual and multiple identities, they have to make adjustments to it in order to progress, in order to develop, in order to be successful in this postmodern world. Then again, identity crisis and exploration, we have already talked about this in the previous slide, which was there for post-colonial literature. And marginalization and hybrid languages, there's the literature of marginalized. We have Dalit literature in India, we have the literature of the blacks in America, Afro-American literature. We have the African literature, which is considered to be the literature of marginalization. And here authors, they frequently give a voice to marginalized immigrant experiences and use multilingualism or blended language style, uh, as we call Creole. Now, when Creole is a fully developed native language that emerges from the mixing and simply mixing of different languages. Different languages have come together, and a new language has evolved, has come out, and it's a complete language in its own way. That is what we have. And this kind of languages, they are being used by the writers who represent the marginalized section of the society. And one, the last thing is the reimagining the homeland. The diasporic writer, as we have seen, they create imaginary homeland, something that they imagine through memory, which may differ from the actual contemporary reality of their place of origin, through which may actual as with the time, the things change. Nothing is permanent in this world but change, as they say. So the change has to take place. So whatever idea they have about their homeland, that that might have undergone certain change, and even it is not that clear in their mind nowadays. So they have to reimagine the homeland. They create imaginary homeland through memory, which may differ from the actual, the real, contemporary reality of their place of origin. So today's reality must be different, but what they remember is different. The India what they remember is different, but India has changed so much nowadays. So this is what is there. So they reimagine it, but the chances are that what they are thinking and what reality is, they may differ. They may differ from the actual contemporary reality of their place of origin. So these are the certain characteristics of diasporic writing and post-colonial writing, which are the new aspects, the new dimensions which have been added to the English literature in post-colonial, in the postmodern area, era. And then teachers role and assessment here. Now, what role for, again I'm telling you, what we are talking about is only about the English language and English literature. This is, it is applicable to languages and literature more rather than to social sciences and science. So the teacher should encourage divergent thinking. They should create an atmosphere that values creativity and divergent thinking, encourage students to explore multiple solutions to problems, brainstorm ideas through literature and books, and think outside the box. The interpretation, every student should be allowed to have his or her own interpretation. Then that should be discussed. death of the author, as Roland Barthes says, that once it is printed and once it is out, the author is no more, that is the reader who is more important. So every child, every student, every individual is an important reader. So everyone can have his or her own interpretation. Encourage that in classroom. That is what is there. Feedback and revision, as we all know, the importance of feedback, particularly after NAC. But earlier it wasn't there. But well, now we know. And feedback and revision, we should provide constructive feedback that encourages student to reflect on their reasoning and revise their work. This is what we should be doing when it comes to the study of language and literature. And then model critical thinking. Now critical thinking interpreted as every child, every individual is different, and they have their own way of thinking, their own way of interpreting things. So reading a particular article from the language point of view or from literature point of view, let them have their own model critical thinking. They should demonstrate critical thinking skills. For that, you should demonstrate critical thinking skills yourself as an educator by modeling thoughtful questions, analysis and reasoning. This is what you should come up with in front of your students, and this will encourage the students to observe and emulate these skills in their own learning journey. And this is how the language and literature in today's era of technological development, where technology is assuming more and more important, and language is losing it because it is losing its shape, it is losing its form. And that is why it is losing its importance as well. It is more important for where an individual is allowed to have his own critical thinking, his or her own critical thinking, and this kind of divergent thinking should be encouraged by teacher. So that is all from my side. The different dimensions that language and literature are experiencing in this postmodern era, and the approach that we should have towards them in our classroom. That is what I tried to convey you. This is what I tried to present through this presentation. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and well, thank you all for your patient listening. Over
Thank
to you.
you, sir.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, yes, thank you. आपके शब्दों ने नई सोच जगा दी है आज कपिल जी, हर दिल में ज्ञान की लह जला दी है आज. Thank you so much, sir, for your truly enriching and insightful address. We are seriously grateful to Dr. Kapil Singhal ji for sharing such a valuable perspectives and for guiding us with your wisdom and experience. You are truly one of the finest administrators, sir, and your words today reflected remarkable depth, leadership, and vision. Your address has inspired us to think beyond boundaries and explore new dimensions in the field of English language and literature. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time and enlightening thoughts. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Piseji to kindly introduce our second plenary speaker, Dr. Mustajib Khansarji. Over to you, sir.
On the behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to announce that here we have a slight change. Instead of Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir, we are going to invite Dr. Mustajib Khan sir. Due to time constraint, we have kept this speech instead of Dr. Jadhav sir, and Dr. Jadhav sir will be the chief guest in valedictory function. So to introduce Dr. Mustajib Khan sir, Professor and Head Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, I invite Dr. Vivek Piseji. Over to you, Dr. P. Dr. Pise, sir. Vivek Pise.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Vivek Desai, from the Department of English, Yeshwantrao Chauhan College, welcome you on this online platform. I have been given the responsibility of formally introducing the chief guest of this session. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Mustajib Khan, an eminent academician and a distinguished scholar in the field of English studies. He is an MA in English, has cracked the set examinations in 2000, and holds a PhD degree against his name. He is the professor and head Department of English at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Coincidentally, his alma mater, from where he took his education way back in 1992 to 1994. He has over 30 years of rich teaching experience and has made a significant contribution to literature, theatre studies, and academic development. He has done his schooling and graduation from Pratibha Niketan Nanded and was the student of Department of English, as I have already mentioned. He completed his doctoral research under the title Badar Sarkar, Vijay Tendulkar, and Mahesh Dattani, Theatrical Discourse. He also has a major UGC research project under his belt on towards political theatre, thematic study of the selected plays of Utpal Dutt, Safdar Hashmi, and G.P. Deshpande, which showcases his keen interest in theatre and drama. As a research supervisor, 7 students have completed their PhD degree under his able guidance, while 23 students have completed their MPhil degrees. Apart from academics, Dr. Mustajib Khan has played a vital role in university administration, serving in key positions such as students development and as a member of several academic bodies like designing new course, disaster relief training, Indradhanush Youth Festival, and Intercollegiate Youth Festival Committee, etc. He is also the executive member. He was a member of selection committee at various colleges as a BC subject expert in English. He was a member of ICRAC and RRC as well. He helped introduce and designing curriculum at university on various genres. He is actively associated with theatre, particularly in light design, and has received multiple awards from the government of Maharashtra in this field. He also received Shikshak Pratibha Puraskar from Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. Along with this, he also did 7 translations and wrote 3 plays in Marathi. He penned 30 articles in English and Marathi, presented 16 papers in international conference, 21 papers at national conference, and 5 at state level conferences. He also delivered 14 lectures at various colleges. We truly are honored to have such a versatile scholar and an experienced academician with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Mustajib Khan. Before that, Dr. Asmita Sarve wants to have a word or two on Dr. Mustajib Khan. Over to you, Dr. Asmita Sarve, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. शब्दों की दुनिया में जो रोशनी जगाते हैं, हर भाषा में ज्ञान के दीप जलाते हैं, हिंदी, मराठी, उर्दू और इंग्लिश का संगम है, वो व्यक्तित्व नहीं, स्वयं एक चलता फिरता आलम है. It is truly said that scholars do not speak languages, they lead them, shape them, and elevate them. Today, we are truly honored to have among us a distinguished academician and a visionary educator and a remarkable personality who embodies the richness of multilingual excellence. A person whose command over English, Hindi, Marathi, and Urdu is not just a linguistic proficiency, but an artistic expression of knowledge and culture. It is my immense privilege to introduce and invite our second plenary speaker, Dr. Mustajib Khan Sarji, Professor, Head of the Department at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Sir, your presence adds immense value and grace today's one-day national webinar. Your insights, experience, and scholarly depth continue to inspire countless learners and educators. Now, with the great respect and administration, I humbly invite you, sir, to address the gathering and share your valuable thoughts with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Asmita Salve, for making such an good introduction.
My pleasure.
Vivek, Dr. Vivek Pise, my friend who introduced me with my CV. Uh, it's my privilege to speak in front of you on the topic of English literature, new dimensions in English language and literature. Uh, dear participants, a very warm good afternoon to you. Uh, if you had stood in this spot 50 years ago and asked a professor to define the field of English language and literature, you would have received a very stable answer. It was the canon. Shakespeare, Milton, Dickens, the well-worn path from Beowulf to Virginia Woolf. The tools were close reading, biography, and new criticism. The domain was the physical book. But today, if you ask that same question, the answer is as fluid, as dynamic as language itself. We are no longer simply curators of a static canon. We are explorers, mapping a new volatile and exhilarating terrain. In the last decade, our field has undergone a paradigm shift forced by technology, social justice movements, and an existential awareness of our planet's fragility. In the next few minutes, we'll explore three new dimensions that are redefining English language and literature. First, we will venture into the digital frontier where algorithms become co-authors and data sets become archives. Second, we will descend into the critical depths of identity, examining how post-colonial and queer theories are not just adding voices to the canon, but dismantling and rebuilding its very foundations. And at last, we will look into the eco-linguistic horizon, where literature becomes a crucial tool for navigating Anthropocene and rethinking our relationship with non-human life. Now, our guiding question is no longer just what does a text mean, but where does a text live? Who does it speak for? And what does it do in the world? Let us begin with the first aspect that I have mentioned it, the digital frontier. This is, you can say, a literature in the age of algorithm. Let us begin with the digital frontier. For decades, the relationship between English studies and technologies was one of the suspicions, because we considered the screen was the enemy of deep reading. Now that binary has collapsed. Now we are witnessing the emergence of two fascinating subfields in literature. One is digital humanities, and second one is AI generated literature. First, digital humanities. What it means by. Now this isn't about typing an essay instead of handwriting, or it is not about using computational power to ask new questions of text we thought we knew intimately, or the way we are asking Google about certain information. This is not digital humanities. But there is a landmark project taken place at Stanford University. And scholars at Stanford University, they worked on a very interesting topic. If I tell you the name of the topic, you will find this is a very interesting one. The title of the topic is The Jane Austen Social Network Analysis. Now, what the scholars did, the scholars used algorithms to map the character interaction in Austen's novels. And what was the result? They empirically proved what critics have long suspected, that Austen's protagonist, particularly in Emma, if you take an example, they act not just as romantic leads, but as the central social nodes, the Facebook friend list of their communities. This quantifies the social physics of her world. You can take any of the work and find it out, map it out, that what kind of an interaction that takes place, mapping of that interaction of that characters. In this regard, the latest frontier is the use of LLMs, large language models, in archival research. In 2023, a team of researchers used AI to analyze the vast, unreadable archive of 18th century newspapers in British Library. They trained the AI to identify unacknowledged quotations, instances where writers plagiarized or borrowed from others. Now, this isn't about catching the cheating of that writer of the time. Please remember one thing. It's about mapping the fluid, collaborative nature of writing before the modern concept of intellectual property right existed. The digital frontier allows us to see literature not as a series of solitary geniuses, but as a vast, interconnected ecosystem of influence. Please understand, literature nowadays is not a work of a genius, but it is an interconnected influence. And that's why you will find out everything is related with how you live. What is your social life? How you react? What is your political stance? Have you built up a society? And that's how you will find out these models, whether it is digital humanities, whether it is large language models, they made us easy to understand. They made us to look at literature from a new perspective. Now, a little bit advanced, I may put today, because I'm not interested in talking about all those things which have been already discussed. My intention is that at least the participants in this seminar should know what are the new trends, what are the new things that are upcoming. Now, there is a very interesting and controversial dimension is appearing nowadays into the world of literature. And that is called as AI as author, artificial intelligence as author. Now, please remember one thing. As an Indian and as a student of literature, we are still stuck up with Google. We are still stuck up with chatbots. Now we are using Chat GPT. Now we are using Gemini. Now we are using Perplexity. We are now in a very simple chat box, but the world moved ahead. Well, generative AI, generative artificial intelligence, had started to write down a kind of fiction along with a writer. A novel written in 2024. The title of that novel is The Algorithmic Muse, written by Sheila Heti. Now, Sheila Heti is a real author. She has embraced AI collaboration. She has asked AI, she has taken support of AI, generative AI. Heti, in her interview, said that she had spoken extensively about using ChatGPT not as a tool to generate prose, but she has treated AI or ChatGPT as a non-human collaborator. What AI ChatGPT did with Sheila Heti, this AI or this ChatGPT which she has used, it has generated certain prompts, it has generated certain dialogues, it has generated a kind of creative ideas so that she can use into her writing. And it is always happens with most of the creative writers that they have certain creative constraints while writing certain things. And she overcome with her creative constraint by using this ChatGPT and published a novel titled Algorithmic Muse in 2024. Now, what do you call it? Is it a fiction written by human? No, it is a fiction written by the use of AI. So AI is also working as an author. So this challenges our most sacred concept in literature. There is authorship. If you know, last year in Hollywood, all the screenplay writers, they went on strike. Why they went on strike? Because the studios, they were using AI author to write down the dialogue, to write down the script of that particular film, of that particular web series, of that particular serial. And that's why they went on strike, saying that there should be a rule that how much percent of AI you can use in that particular film. That means it is becoming a recent challenge to authorship. Now, when a text is co-created with an AI train on entire corpus of human literature, who is the author? Whom you will call as an author? Is it the human writer? Or is it the programmers at OpenAI or ChatGPT? Who is the author? Or the aggregated ghost of all writers whose data trained the model? Because if you look very seriously into the development of ChatGPT, the AI is naturally an artificial thing. So it collects the information from the database that is provided to it, and it gets the information and collaborate it according to your need. So we need to understand that we have to develop a new kind of grammar. And this is what most of the literary critics today are being forced to develop a new grammar for analyzing text, where intentionality is distributed. Because you are distributing your work, you are giving some work to ChatGPT, you are giving some work to yourself, and you are trying to collaborate both the works and publishing it as a collaborative work. And that's why we have to understand that we are learning nowadays that literature is not just a human story. Literature nowadays is becoming a conversation between human intention and machine pattern recognition. How machine recognizes the pattern of human behavior. Because everything is in today's world controlled by machines. And that's why AI authorship has become one of the most important issue to discuss when you talk about literature. The second important thing we need to understand is the critical depths. Now, if the digital frontier is about how we read, because it is digital, it is deciding what you read, how you read. Now we need to understand the second dimension of my talk that I have told you earlier that I'm going to talk on three different aspects. The first one is digital, second one is critical, and third one is eco. Now, if the digital frontier is talking about how we read, our another aspect is about who we read and how we value them. As Jean Genet has raised a question that when you write certain thing, you need to understand who speaks and for whom he is speaking. Now, over the last 5 years, because we are living in the third decade of 21st century and still we are talking about the 20th century issues. The issues of 21st century's third decade. The child who was born in the 21st century, 2001, is now 25 years old. You call it as a Gen Alpha, Gen Z. And now after 20, it is called Gen Alpha. So you are talking about Gen Z and you don't know about Gen Z's issue. You are talking about the literature that is of 20th century. Over the last 5 years, in the third decade of 21st century from 2021 onwards, the field has undergone a reckoning that feels less like a gentle evolution and more like a tectonic shift. Please understand that the kind of technological shift that we have just simply experienced was different, and now the technology shift is absolutely different. Daily the technology is changing. When we were young, the technology used to change years after. But today you have a daily change in technology, and this is the dimension of critical identity studies. Because now you need to understand in this change that we have been forced by two powerful forces. The first force is global post-colonialism and queer and trans narratology. Now you may say, sir, we know post-colonialism. We always discuss about post-colonialism. For decades, post-colonial studies focused on the empire writing back. We talk about Chinua Achebe, we talk about Salman Rushdie. Today, the lens has sharpened and globalized. The latest reference here is the explosive global recognition of archaic modernities. Please understand this term, archaic modernities. This is the term which is coined to describe the work of authors. For example, Gitanjali Shri, the very famous Hindi author, Gitanjali Shri, whose novel Tomb of Sand, Ret Samadhi in Hindi, which was translated into English as a Tomb of Sand, won an International Booker Prize in 2022. Dear, this is not our grandfather's post-colonial novel. When you are talking about empire is writing back, empire is going against the colonial system. It doesn't simply critique to the colonizer, it uses experimental. If you read the novel Tomb of Sand, you will find out it is experimental, it is playful, it is linguistically inventive prose. It is deconstructing the very idea of borders. Borders between nations, borders between genders, borders between generations. If you see the novel, the 80-year-old protagonist in that novel, who refuses to be defined by any category, that protagonist shows us that the new dimension is in literature is about radical fluidity. The character can move anywhere, wherever it wants. And this fluidity is most powerfully evident in the explosion of queer and trans narratology. We have moved beyond the tragic queer trope. The recent Pulitzer Prize winning novel uh, written by Barbara Kingsolver in 2023, Damon Copperhead. You can call it as a master class in this category, because this novel is a retelling of Dickens' David Copperfield, which is set in Appalachia. Its a narrative genius lies in how it views the opioid crisis, poverty, and queer identity into a narrative that demands we rethink the American dream. But beyond the narrative, theorists like Paul Picadio are challenging the very structure of literary theory. Picadio's work, published in 2023, Dysphoria Mundi, is not a novel or an essay, but a genre which is defying text. The text that argues that dysphoria experienced by trans individuals is not a pathology but a diagnostic tool. A diagnostic tool for understanding the dysphoria of our political and ecological moment. He's asking a question into that writing. What if the fragmentation of identity is most accurate literary form for 21st century? Because your identity is fragmented nowadays. You are divided into numbers. And that's why the work of literature that is appearing in 21st century is asking this kind of question. Now, this leads to the concept of reparative reading. Please understand, for decades together, literary criticism was dominated by suspicious reading. We were trained to look for what text hides, its ideological flaws, its operations, and all those things we have studied. But in last few years, scholars like Eve Sedgwick and more recently Rita Felesky, in her work published in 2023, Hooked, Art and Achievement. This is the book written by Rita Felesky. This book argues for a new approach. Felesky suggests we ask not just what a text does wrong, but it asks what it does right. What makes us attached to the text? How does literature create new worlds of belonging? Now, this is the shift from suspicion to attachment. And this is redefining the pedagogy in classrooms. In classrooms today, students are as likely to be studying the effective, joyful poetics of Cave Akbar as they are the canonical tragedies of the past. Nobody is interested in reading the canonical tragedy, but everybody is trying to redefine these canonical tragedies. And that leads to my third point. And this final dimension is arguably most urgent, the eco-linguistic horizon. Because the intersection of language, literature, and environment, we call this as an eco-linguistic horizon. For a long time, nature writing was a genre, a niche for pastoral poetry or wilderness memoirs, or you can say today's eco-criticism has become a central mode of literary inquiry. It is fundamentally changing how we understand the relationship between grammar and geology. Now, if you see the latest development is move from eco-criticism to critical post-humanism, or you can say climate fiction, cli-fi. It is a shift. Now we are seeing novels that don't just describe climate change but attempt to structure narrative like a climatic event. Alexis Praiseworthy's, an Australian Aboriginal writer who wrote a monumental novel in 2023, he mentions in his cli-fi, and his cli-fi is not a simple cautionary tale. Alexis writes novel Praiseworthy. Alexis Wright is an Australian Aboriginal. Wright fuses Aboriginal cosmology, surrealism, and political satire to depict a world collapsing under corporate greed and environmental degradation. Now, the novel's language, if you look at the language of the novel, it is not linear. It is tidal, it is cyclical, an incendiary. It embodies the idea that you cannot use the old colonial structure of narrative to describe the climate crisis that you are facing. You must invent a new kind of language. Wright has said in his interviews that she writes to give voices to the sovereignty of the land. In her work, land is not setting, it is character. It is a character with agency, memory, and legal rights. And that's why we need to understand that new concept of narrative geology. How do you tell the story of a time scale that exceeds human life? A recent breakthrough in literary theory comes from Marco Coraquillo. In his work published in 2024, The Language of Anthropocene. Saracolio argues that the grammar we use, subject, verb, object, it reinforces a human-centric view of the world. I destroyed the forest. That is a very common stress structure of in English, subject, verb, object. Now, Sara Sassulio analyzes how contemporary writers are experimenting with passive voice, parataxis, non-human perspectives to challenge these kind of sentence structure. A very interesting novel by Richard Powers, Playground. The narrative in this novel published in 2024, the narrative shifts between human characters to coral reef, which is deep into the sea, and the algorithmic logic of tech startup. Now, the novel asks us to consider intelligence and narrative as properties. And please understand, these two things are not exclusive for human. The narrative has given to artificial also. And that's why we are expecting that there is a rise of multi-species linguistics. Scholars are now no longer just analyzing metaphors of nature. They're using literature to theorize how we might communicate with non-human beings. The work of Eva Meyer, a philosopher and novelist, who explores the political rights of animals through the lens of language. In the novel, The Dun Cow, she imagines a legal system based on the songs of whales. The whales in the sea, they are singing songs. And she is imagining a legal system based on the songs of whales. Now, this pushes literature beyond humanism, suggesting that one of the new dimensions of English is to serve as a translation device, a space where we can practice the cognitive and emotional leaps which require to listen to more than human world. So if you look at how the changes are taking place, there are three things that if I encapsulate what I say till now, the three-dimensional, the digital frontier where machines read and write along with us, the critical depth where identity becomes fluid and canon is rebuilt from the margins perspective, and the eco-linguistic horizon where language must stretch to contain the geological scale of our time. Now, what unites these three dimensions that I have mentioned to you? It is a fundamental redefinition of discipline itself. For centuries, English was a noun. It was a body of language, collection of books, a static canon to be mastered. Now, what English becomes today? Now, English nowadays is a verb. English is an action. It is a set of practices. It is curating by using digital tools to uncover hidden archives. It is collaborating, writing alongside with AI and incorporating the human perspective, non-human perspectives. It is activating, using reparative reading to build empathy and community. It is listening for developing narrative tools to hear the stories of the land and the marginalized. Dear friends, the new dimensions of English literature and language, you can say, is an unfinished story. Now, I want to leave you with a final image. In the ancient library of Alexandria, the goal was to collect entirety of human language. It was a place of storage. In our new dimension, the library is not a building, it is a network. It is the classroom. It is the coral reef. Or you can say it is an AI model. And that's why the study of English language and literature today is not about defending a fortress of old books against the barbarians of modernity. It is about venturing out into messy, chaotic, and breathtakingly complex world. The world who is fighting constantly for power. And then asking questions. What stories do we need to survive in this century? And what new forms of language will be required to tell them. Now, dear friends, the canon is not list of titles. It is a conversation. One that now includes algorithms, ecologies, and voices long silence. And it is a conversation. We are all now part of it via Zoom, via Google Meet, or any technology. So these are the new dimensions that we need to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you, sir. It's worthy to hear you, sir.
Ashmita, let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Due to a very short of time, I would like to invite this session's chairperson, respected Dr. Nilesh Misal, sir. Please deliver your message.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Respected
Good afternoon,
chief guest of this session, Professor Kapil Singhal, sir, and another chief guest and my dear friend, Professor Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir, all dignitaries, all participants, all my colleagues and friends. Good afternoon to all of you. It's my immense pleasure to speak on this webinar, which is being held on the topic exploring new dimensions in language and literature. Language and literature have plays always been the pillars of the human expression, culture, and dignity. However, in the present era, they are no longer confined to traditional boundaries. Instead, they are constantly evolving and expanding into new and exciting dimensions. Traditionally, literature was limited to printed texts, poetry, drama, novels, and essays. But today, with the advent of digital technology, literature has found new platforms, blogs, social media, podcasts, and ebooks have transformed the way we read, write, and interpret text. This digital transformation has democratized literature, allowing voices from diverse backgrounds to be heard globally. Another important dimension is the interdisciplinary approach. Literature is no longer studied in isolation. It intersects with fields like psychology, sociology, history, and even science and technology. For instance, eco-criticism explores the relationship between literature and the environment, while feminist and post-colonial studies give voice to marginalized communities. These approaches deepen our understanding of text and broaden our perspectives. Language itself is also undergoing remarkable changes. The emergence of global ethics, codes, bilingual communication reflects the dynamic nature of language. In a country like India, linguistic this language itself is also undergoing remarkable changes. The emergence of global English, code switching, and multilingual communication reflects the dynamic nature of language. In a country of like India, linguistic diversity enriches literary creativity. Writers skillfully blend languages, creating hybrid forms of the reflect contemporary realities. In conclusion, exploring new dimensions in language and literature is not just an academic exercise. It is a journey towards understanding the complexities of human life in a rapidly changing world. As readers, writers, and scholars, it is our responsibility to embrace these change while pursuing the riches of our literary heritage. Thank you. Thank you for all of you.
Thank you, sir. Asmita, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring remark. We are truly grateful to our principal, Dr. N.B. Agao, sir, for sharing such a valuable thoughts and guiding us with the wisdom and experience. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time and encouragement. As we come to the end of this insightful plenary session, it is a time to express our sincere gratitude. I now invite Dr. Sadashiv Pawarji to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, we request you to kindly deliver the words of gratitude on behalf of all of us.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Sadashiv Pawar for expressing vote of thanks for this session. Respected Chairperson, Principal Professor Agao, sir. This session's honorable and respected speakers, Dr. Kapil Singhal, respected Professor Mustajib Khan, sir, other dignitaries, and dear participants. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this enlightening plenary session. On behalf of the organizing colleges of this webinar, I express our sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this session a great success. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected Chairperson, Principal Professor Agao, sir, for presiding over this session with grace and wisdom. Your guidance has truly added for value to these proceedings. I also would like to express our deep sense of appreciation to our esteemed speakers, Professor Kapil Singhal, sir, and Professor Musib Khan, sir, for their insightful and thought-provoking presentations. Your both valuable knowledge and perspectives have greatly enriched our understanding and inspired all of us to think more deeply about the subject. I extend my sincere thanks to all the participants in this webinar for your active involvement and keen interest. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of our organizer fraternity, Professor Chauthawali sir, Professor Rupali Palodkar ma'am, Dr. Pardeshi, Dr. Piche sir, and our technical volunteers, Professor Lunde, my student, Dr. Rasmita Savi ma'am, whose hard work behind the scenes ensured the smooth conduct of this session. Last but not least, we are grateful to everyone present here for your time, cooperation, and support. With this, I conclude the session and once again, thank you all for being a part of this successful plenary session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we move towards the valedictory function for today's webinar. For the announcement and to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, I would like to invite Dr. Jay Narayan Ji Pradeshi, sir, to request you to kindly make the announcement and welcome the dignitaries.
Pradeshi sir. Dr. Jainarayan Pradeshi.
Yes, you can speak directly. Hello, sir. I am audible to you.
Yes, audible. Please proceed. Okay, thank you, sir. So very good afternoon to all the participants present in this webinar. I am Dr. Jainarayan Pardeshi, the organizing secretary of this one-day webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Friends, it gives me immense pleasure to inform you all that in earlier two sessions, we have listened to resourceful and knowledgeable persons. And in this session also, we are going to listen to two more resource persons. So first of all, let me acquaint the audience with the dignitaries present for this valedictory function. The principal of Yeshwantrao Chavan College, Honorable Dr. Ashok Pandit, is the chairperson of this valedictory session. Then we have Dr. Annie John Madam as the chief guest present among us as the for this valedictory function. We also have Dr. Arjun Jadhav, the former head of English department in Ferguson College, Pune. He is also present among us for this valedictory function. Friends, I really feel happy to tell you that a number of participants from all corners of the nations have joined this webinar. And since morning, we are listening to various resourceful and knowledgeable persons and their commentaries on the topic. So here now, we are now going to listen to the report of the webinar. The report will be presented by the convener of this webinar, Honorable Dr. Rupali Palukar ma'am. So may I kindly invite Dr. Palukar ma'am to present the report of the webinar before our audience. Ma'am, over to you.
So a very good afternoon and welcome to all of you for this concluding ceremony of this valedictory function. Respected chief guest of this valedictory function, Dr. Annie John ma'am, Professor and Head Department of English, A.R. Budla, Mahila Mahavidyalay, Solapur. Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir, former Head Department of English, Ferguson College, Pune. And chairperson of this function, a principal, Dr. Ashok Pandit sir, principal of Yeshwantrao Chavan Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod. Honorable delegates, guests, and dear participants. Just a minute. So I feel honored to present the report of this one-day national level online webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature, organized by the Department of English and ICOAC of Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, in collaboration with Yeshwantrao Chavan College and Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar College, Devgaurangari. The webinar was started today on Monday, on 30th of March at 11 a.m. onward, with the objective of exploring new dimensions in English language and literary studies. The program began with the inaugural session, which featured an online digital Deep Prajwalan by Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and pursuit of knowledge. This was followed by the inauguration of the front page of the conference souvenir by Dr. Ashish Gupta. Dr. Santosh Chauthewale sir, the convener of this conference, delivered the introductory remarks, warmly welcoming the dignitaries and highlighting the significance of the theme. The webinar was inaugurated by Professor Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir, Chairman of BOS, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and the chief guest, Dr. Ashish Gupta, Professor and Head Department of English, Government Girls College, Bhopal, delivered an inspiring address emphasizing the relevance of English language and literature in contemporary global context in the age of digitalization. He also talked on Corporation of Indian Knowledge System in literature and on short fiction. The keynote address was delivered by Dr. Anand Kulkarni sir, Principal, GM Arts, Commerce and Science College, Narayangaon, Pune, who discussed emerging trends and new dimensions in English studies. He threw light on virtual reading and writing, artificial intelligence in literature, as well as microfiction. He also asked a basic question that whether the artificial intelligence will keep us a sensitive human being, as shown in the literature. The session was presided over by the Gurudatta Rajput, Dr. Gurudatta Rajput sir, Principal, Indra Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, and Dr. Ashmita Salve anchored the inaugural session gracefully. The plenary session was highly informative and enriching. The session was skillfully conducted by co-convener Professor Dr. Sadashiv Pawar sir, Professor and Head Department of English, Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgaon, Rangari. The session was further enriched by the expert talks from Dr. Kapil Singhal from VN Government Institute of PG Arts and Social Science, Nagpur, and Dr. Mustajib Khan sir, Professor and Head, Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. They shared their valuable insights on contemporary issues in language and literature. He talked on digital humanities in the age of artificial intelligence and AI as an author. The session was chaired by Dr. N.B. Aghav, sir, the principal of Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce, Science College. And I feel fortunate to tell you that we have two distinguished chief guests here for this valedictory session, Dr. Annie John ma'am and Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir. And the chairperson of this valedictory function is esteemed principal, Dr. Ashok Pandit sir. On this occasion, I feel privileged to present the report of this national webinar. The success of the webinar was made possible due to dedicated efforts of organizing team of out of three colleges. The program was effectively coordinated by Professor Dr. Santosh Chauthewale sir, Professor Dr. Sadashiv Pawar, Mr. Dilip Agrawal, Dr. Jainarayan Pardesi, Dr. Vivek Pise, Mr. G.M. Suryavanshi, Mr. Misal, Mr. Ravikant Jadhavar, Dr. Asmita Salve, Mr. Yalwande sir, Ms. Kalatre madam, whose sincere planning and teamwork ensured the smooth conduct of the event. The webinar was witnessed active participation from scholars, teachers, and students from various institutions, making it a vibrant platform for academic exchange. I feel glad to tell you that 210 delegates registered for this webinar, and we received 58 research papers for this webinar from various corners of the India. Sir, ma'am, I would like to tell you that as we discussed with Chauthewale sir yesterday, we received 2 papers from Kashmir and 4 papers from Kanyakumari. And we also received many papers from various states like Karnataka and Andhra and Kerala. And near about from all universities of Maharashtra, we got papers from the scholars and professors. And I feel honored to tell you that the webinar was grand success, fulfilling its objective of exploring new dimensions in English language and literature and inspiring all participants toward further research and learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am has given a comprehensive and detailed information about the proceedings of this webinar. She has told us what happened in the earlier 2 sessions and also commented her own thoughts on the proceedings of the webinar. So thank you very much, ma'am, once again for your report reading. Friends, we have been listening to the different resource persons since this morning, and now it is time to listen to the thoughts and feelings of some of the participants. Some participants may share their own thoughts. They may have their own impression about this webinar. So here, now we are going to listen to 2 participants. First of all, I will call upon Dr. Shrikant Jadhav to share his feeling, his own thoughts about this webinar. Dr. Shrikant Jadhav, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Sir, please proceed.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
It is my personal request. Please limit yourself to 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. I should appreciate and congratulate the Department of English and IQC of Indraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, along with its collaborating institution, Yeshwantrao Chavan College of Arts, Commerce and Science, and Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College for organizing one-day national level webinar on exploring new dimension in English language and literature. In today's rapidly changing world, exploring new dimension in English studies is very important. This theme is highly relevant, especially for teachers, researchers, and students. The structure of the webinar is well planned, which include inauguration session, plenary session, and valedictory function. The systematic arrangement ensure both academic depth and smooth flow of the program. In the inaugural session, the thoughts shared by Professor Dr. Ramesh Chaugule sir were very inspiring. He highlighted the importance of adapting English studies to present-day needs. His emphasis on connecting literature with real life situation was very meaningful. The keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Kulkarni sir, gave a very insightful talk. He explained how English language teaching should move beyond traditional methods. He focused on skill development, communication, and critical thinking. His ideas are very useful for classroom and teaching. In the plenary session, Dr. Kapil Singhal sir spoke about new perspective in English studies. He emphasized the needs for interdisciplinary learning and research. His ideas encourage us to think beyond textbooks. Similarly, Dr. Mustajib Khan sir shared a practical approaches to teaching literature. He explained how teachers can make literature more interesting by using discussion, examples, and student participation. This is very helpful for us as a teacher, participants, and scholars. One important thing I noticed in all sessions is that the speakers focused on practical applications. They suggested using modern tools, interactive methods, and student-centered teaching. These ideas very relevant in today's digital and changing educational environment. Also, the webinar created a good platform for learning and exchange for ideas. It was not just informative, but also motivating. Eventually, I would say that this webinar successfully combined theory with practice. It has given us new direction and inspiration to improve our teaching and academic work. I express my sincere thanks to the organizers, Dr. Chautawala sir, Palotkar ma'am, Pawar sir, Pardeshi sir, for giving me an opportunity to share my view on this webinar. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shrikant Jadhav, for your brief, inspiring, and encouraging words. Your motivating remarks will really help us to arrange such kind of activities in the future too. So it is really glad that persons like Dr. Shrikant Jadhav liked this seminar and posted some positive comments about this webinar. Now, may I request another participant, Ms. Swati Munde, to come forward and share her thoughts. Ms. Swati Munde.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Swati Munde as a research scholar. Today, I have joined a day national level webinar on exploring new dimension in language and literature, organized with Indraraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, in collaboration with Yeshwant Chauhan College, Arts, Commerce and Science, Sillod, and also Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devgar Angari. So the topic of the webinar is very helpful for research and faculty students also. From this, all the session of webinar was very informative and helpful for us. We got a knowledge about new dimensions. Today is the age of digital technology. So how to use these all artificial intelligence, social media, social media, Instagram, Twitter, Google, in the language and literature. So for this, I would like to thank our inaugurator, Professor Ramesh Chaugule sir, Chairperson Dr. G.G. Rajput sir, and today's chief guest, Dr. Ashish Gupta sir. From technical session, keynote speakers, Anand Kulkarni sir, Dr. Kapil Singhal sir, and Chairperson N.B. Agav sir, and Chief Guest of Valedictory Function, Dr. Mustajib Khan sir, Chairperson A.A. Pandit sir, and Guest of Honor. So I'd like to thank all the speakers. They give their informative information and valuable time for us. The webinar was highly enriching and intellectually stimulating. I sincerely thanks and appreciate the efforts of the organizers in bringing together distinguished speakers who offered diverse and contemporary perspective on the subject. So overall, the webinar was well organized. It was highly informative and thought-provoking. It had certainly broadened my understanding and inspired new direction for research in the field of English language and literature. So, sir, it was very helpful and fruitful for us as a research scholar. So, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Swati Munde. We are immensely grateful to you for your those kind words. And now I once again want to remind the participants that today in this valedictory session, we have Professor Dr. Annie John ma'am as the resource person. She is also our chief guest. So we are now going to listen to Dr. Annie John ma'am. But before that, I would like to call upon my colleague Dr. Vivek Pise sir to give a brief and formal introduction of today's chief guest, Dr. Annie John ma'am. Dr. Vivek Pise? Pise sir, are you there?
Thank you, Dr. Yes, yes, yes.
Sir,
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible,
Yes.
sir. Please proceed. Okay.
Good afternoon once again. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Annie John, an eminent academician and a distinguished person in the field of English language. She is the professor and head Department of English at A.R. Burla Mahila College, Solapur. She has 3 MA degrees against her name, namely MA English, Communication and Sociology with first class to her credit. Along with this, she also is an MBA in Human Resource Management. She holds a PhD degree in English, having completed it in 2007 on a study of the diasporic tendencies in the immigrant writings of V.S. Naipaul, Bharati Mukherjee, Salman Rushdie, and Rohinton Mistry from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Dr. John brings with her over 3 decades of rich teaching experience at the undergraduate level at A.R. Burla College and 2 decades at Dayanand College of Arts and Science and Sangameshwar College, Solapur. Her academic contributions are remarkable. She has rich treasure of publications under her belt as she has 32 books to her credit, a truly mind-boggling figure. 45 research papers in various journals. She has presented 14 papers in international conferences, 42 papers in national conferences, and 10 at state level conference. She was a resource person at national and international seminars for 30 times, which showcases her active participation and dedication to the teaching field. She also is a recognized PhD guide and has mentored 9 PhD scholars and 2 MPhil students. Dr. Annie John has held important academic positions, including chairperson of the Board of Studies in English, chairperson of Laxis Committee, member of Academic Council, Students' Welfare and Cultural Committee, etc. She has contributed significantly as an editor and reviewer for various research journals as well. Her excellence in teaching and research has been recognized through the number of prestigious awards she received, including the Hirakani Gaurav Puraskar, Pune, Vocational Award for Outstanding Performance in the Field of Teaching by Rotary Club, Solapur, B.G. Kadam Gold Medal and Atmarao Ramrani Paritoshik, as well as G.R. Kokil Paritoshik for securing the highest number of marks at PG level. She also received the Best Teacher Awards by various clubs in Solapur, like Lokmat Sakhi Manch Award, Ideal Teacher Award by All Minority Education Organization Solapur, and also Wadia Mahila Smriti Puraskar by Family Planning Association of India, Solapur. We truly are honored to have such a distinguished personality amongst us today. Let us warmly welcome Dr. Annie John Mann. But before that, I formally hand over the reins to Dr. Asmita Sarve as she wants to have some words on Dr. Annie John Mann. Over to you, Dr. Asmita Sarve.
Thank you, Vivek Piseji. Thank you so much. ज्ञान की सरिता जहां निरंतर बहती है, वाणी से विद्या की सुगंधी महकती है, शब्दों से जो संसार सवारा करते हैं, ऐसे गुरु ही युग को उजियारा करते हैं, ऐसे गुरु ही युग को उजियारा करते हैं. It is often said that education is not just about knowledge. It is about inspiring minds and shaping futures. Today, we are truly privileged to have a distinguished academician, an inspiring leader, and a remarkable personality whose contribution in the field of English language and literature is truly commendable. A personality whose dedication, vision, and academic excellence continued to inspire both students and educators alike. It is my immense honor to invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Annie John G., Chairman and BOS of Solapur University. Ma'am, your presence adds great values and grace today's one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. Now, with a great respect, and I humbly invite you, ma'am, to kindly address this virtual gathering and enlighten us with your valuable thoughts. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Vivek and Asmita for your wonderful words.
Thank you.
I can feel the vibrant energy of innovators and thinkers. It's a distinct honor to be here for this valedictory ceremony of this one-day webinar on exploring new dimensions in English language and literature. I'm sure it must have been a wonderful session with scholarly discussions by the resource persons. We have the challenges and the best opportunities. And if we love such academic moments ferociously, we can definitely make a change in the academic and research spheres. Today, I want to just briefly express my views on a few of the sub-themes which were a part of introspection for this webinar. Actually, there is so much to say regarding exploring new dimensions, but I would like to restrict my talk. I would just like to take up maybe a couple of aspects that we would like to focus on. Now, exploring new dimensions in English language and literature means examining how the field is evolving in response to cultural, technological, and theoretical changes. It is something which moves beyond traditional texts and approaches, thereby opening up fresh perspectives in both language study and literary analysis. Now, some of the key emerging dimensions are interdisciplinary approaches, where modern literary studies can intersect with other disciplines like sociology and politics, psychology, or environmental studies. Then we have the post-colonial and decolonial perspectives inspired by thinkers like Edward Said, Gayatri Spivak, where the focus is on marginalized voices and colonialized cultures. It is a rereading of canonical texts from non-European perspectives. And the emphasis is on identity, hybridity, and resistance. We, of course, have the digital humanities, where technology has transformed both language and literature, and are being analyzed using artificial intelligence and computational tools. Can you please switch off your mic? There is some disturbance.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a few minutes. I'll get back to you.
Shireka Maknikar.
Misal, sir.
Ma'am. Please mute yourself, Magnikar ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank
केलाय
you.
सर म्यूट केला मॅम कंटिन्यू
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, no issues. Then we have the world literature and globalization, which is an expansion beyond British and American canon, where there is an inclusion of African, Asian, Latin American literature, and the focus is on translation and transnational themes and cultural exchange. Again, we have the linguistic innovations and language changes, where we have a study of world Englishes, like the Indian English or the African English. And there is an influence of social media on language, especially code switching and multilingualism. There is, of course, the cultural studies and popular literature, which includes films, web series, comics, pop culture. It's like something like breaking the boundary between the high and low literature. And of course, analyzing of media, advertisements, and everyday texts. As Sir mentioned earlier, we have the eco-criticism and environmental humanities, where literature works as a tool to address climate crisis. Then there is the study of human-nature relationship and the focus on sustainability and ecological ethics. Something very interesting is again trauma and memory studies, where literature deals with war, displacement, and personal trauma, and memory as a narrative tool explores identity through past experience. Now, there is so much to talk about, but I would just like to draw your attention to something, and that is the Indian Knowledge System, or the IKS, which has become a part and parcel of our new system, that is the NEP. Now, we may wonder, what is IKS in English language and literature. Now, basically, IKS in English language studies refers to the integration of India's traditional intellectual heritage, that is philosophy, linguistics, aesthetics, literature, and cultural thought into the study of teaching of English language and literature. It also offers a more inclusive, decolonized, and culturally rooted approach to English studies in India. The IKS includes ancient and classical Indian disciplines such as philosophy, linguistics and grammar, literary theory and aesthetics, oral traditions, and storytelling. Now, what is the relevance of IKS in English language studies? Number one, it helps in decolonizing English studies. That is, traditionally, English studies in India were dominated by the Western theories. And now the IKS challenges this by introducing Indian perspectives and encourages the students to study English through Indian cultural contexts. And number two, enriching linguistic understanding. That is, the Indian linguistic traditions, like Sanskrit grammar, provides a deeper insight into phonetics, syntax, and semantics. It also helps compare English with Indian languages. Now, if you look at the Indian poetics and literary theory, the Indian literary criticism offers powerful frameworks like the Rasa theory, which has been developed by Bharata Muni, which focuses on emotional experience, that is rasa, in literature, and is very useful in analyzing English poetry and drama. Or you have the Dhwani theory proposed by Ananda Vardhana, which emphasizes on suggestion and implied meaning, and which can be applied to modern literary texts. Now, the IKS can also be useful in application in the English language teaching, that is ELT. First, in contextual learning, that is using Indian stories, myths, and examples, thereby making learning relatable. It also helps improve comprehension and engagement. There can be a multilingual approach where we say India is a multilingual play land. And so IKS can support in code switching, translation practices, thereby enhancing English learning without ignoring the native languages. There is also the value-based education where Indian text emphasizes ethics, morality, and social harmony, and these can be integrated into English curricula. Now, the comparative literary studies, when you talk about it, the IKS enables the comparison between Indian texts, like, for example, the epics and folklore with English literature, and this encourages cross-cultural interpretation. Now, there are a number of benefits of integrating the IKS. For example, it promotes cultural identity. It makes English studies more relevant to the Indian students. It encourages critical thinking from multiple perspectives, and it also bridges the traditional knowledge and modern education. But there are also certain challenges, like the lack of awareness and training among teachers, or the limited curriculum integration, or even maybe the dominance of the Western framework in academia. But in short, the integration of the Indian knowledge system into English language studies is a significant step towards decolonizing education and making it culturally meaningful. So by combining Indian theories with English studies, learners gain a rich or a more holistic understanding of language, literature, and culture. The second trend that I would like to draw your attention to is decolonization of the English curriculum. Now, this refers to the rethinking and restructuring of how English literature and language is taught so that they may move beyond a narrow Eurocentric, that is, Western focused perspective, and include diverse voices, histories, and experiences, especially those of formerly colonized societies. Now, what does decolonization in the curriculum mean? Now, decolonization is not just about removing colonial text. It is about challenging the dominance of Western authors and ideas. It is about recognizing how colonial power shaped literature and education. It is also about creating space for marginalized and indigenous voices and further promoting cultural diversity and multiple perspectives. Now, why is decolonizing the English curriculum important? Because number one, it helps correcting historical imbalances. Like the traditional curricula often prioritize British and European writers while neglecting writers from Asia, Africa, or the Caribbean. Second, number two, giving voice to the colonized. That is, it includes writers who represent colonial and post colonial experiences, who challenge colonial narratives and offer alternative viewpoints. And number three, it promotes critical thinking, whether students learn to question like whose stories are being told, whose voices are missing, or how does power influence literature. Now, some of the key features of decolonized curriculum can be a diverse text selection, which includes literature from almost all cultures. Then there can be contextual teaching, that is, understanding literature within its historical, cultural, and political context. There is also the language awareness, that is, recognizing that English itself was a tool of colonial power, but is now adapted by different cultures. Now, here again, it goes without saying that there are some challenges in decolonizing the curriculum, like resistance from traditional institutions, lack of access to diverse texts, and of course, balancing colonial and non-colonial works. In the Indian context, decolonizing the English curriculum involves including regional literatures in translation. Now, decolonizing the English curriculum is therefore about transforming education into a more inclusive, critical, and representative space. It does not simply reject Western literature entirely, but places it alongside global voices, allowing students to understand literature as a rich diverse, and contested field. The last and the third trend that I would just like to focus upon would be pandemic and post-pandemic literature, where very less has been done. You can say whether it's research or any other work. So now pandemic and post-pandemic literature explores how writers represent disease, crisis, isolation, and recovery, both during the outbreaks and in its aftermath. It reflects not only on, you can say, medical realities, but also social, psychological, and cultural transformations. Now, the pandemic literature during the crisis focuses on the immediate experience of disease, the outbreaks, that is fear, uncertainty, death, social breakdown. And the key themes are fear and mortality, isolation and quarantine, breakdown and social order, human resilience, that is survival, hope, and solidarity. And the post pandemic literature, that is after the crisis, reflects on the aftermath, that is how societies rebuild, remember trauma, and redefine human relationship. Now, the key themes can be memory and trauma, that is psychological scars of loss and isolation, reconstruction of society, that is new norms, system, and values, technological dependence, digital life, remote work, you can say, or virtual identity, inequality and ethics, where the focus is on class, healthcare, and access disparities, environmental awareness, that is a link between human activities and the disease. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has strongly influenced contemporary writings, and the emerging literary trends are, lockdown diaries and memoirs, digital and online storytelling like blogs or social media and narratives, hybrid genres blending fiction or journalism and personal reflections, and so on. So there can be a very beautiful comparison made between the pandemic and the post-pandemic literature. Now, this is significant in English literature studies because it helps understand human behavior under extreme conditions. It connects literature with history or sociology and medicine, and it further encourages reflection on global crisis and collective memory, providing insight into future challenges and resilience. So, the pandemic and post pandemic literature together, they create a complete narrative of crisis and recovery, while pandemic texts capture the urgency and fear of disease. Post pandemic work offer reflection, healing, and re-imaging in the world. So, in the modern context, especially after the pandemic, this field has become highly relevant in English literary studies. Now, every trend in English language and literature is worth researching upon. It's very necessary as teachers of language and literature, as research scholars, we upgrade ourselves and come out of what was in the past. Now, I go through so many theses, or I come across so many research scholars who are still working on thematic concerns, or they're working on multi-dimensional approaches of different works, or maybe a feminist approach. So, as teachers of language and literature, as research scholars, I think we should encourage one another for many more such interactions, many more such seminars where we can upgrade ourselves, where we can be intellectually benefited. And I would like to conclude with congratulating the entire team of both the colleges, the convener, the principals, all the resource person, and the chief guests for actually making this national webinar a great success. And I was so happy to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
For curious, inspiring, and insightful talk. Dr. Annie John, ma'am, has pointed out the different new dimensions in the English language and literature. She has touched upon Indian knowledge system, decolonization of English language, as well as pandemic and post-pandemic literature. Dr. Annie John, ma'am, has made certain pertinent remarks about the relevance of Indian knowledge system, and how it can be integrated into English language and literature. In so short a time, ma'am has really given a knowledgeable and resourceful talk to our participants. So on our behalf of our participants, ma'am, I feel obliged to you for your guidance and your resourceful talk. So thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and showing up in this webinar as the chief guest. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Dr. Asmita ji, some want to say. Asmita ji.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, आने मैम की वाणी आपकी ज्ञान की गंगा बहती है. आपका मन में नई प्रेरणा आज आपने जगा दी है हम सबके दिल में. I'm really very grateful, ma'am, to hear you. It was really enlightened us and inspiring us by all your words. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Asmita.
Over to you, Pradesh, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now we are heading forward and we shall proceed towards another chief guest, that is Professor Dr. Arjun Jadhav. We are going to listen to now Professor Dr. Arjun Jadhav. But before that, may I call upon Dr. Sadashiv Pawar to give a brief and formal introduction of Dr. Arjun Jadhav, sir.
Okay.
Dr.
Can you hear
Pawar,
me?
please.
Can you hear me, sir?
Okay.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, you are audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. It's a very Herculean task to introduce my guru, respected Dr. Arjun Jadhav, sir. Whatever it may be brief or it's a very long one, but just I'm skipping few things and want to focus on major events, significant events which he has played in his academic life. Respected Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir was an associate professor in the Department of English, Ferguson College, and taught for 38 years. During that period, he was member of Board of Studies in English and also a faculty member of Arts, Fine Arts in Savitribai Pune University during 2011 to 2016. He has also edited a number of prescribed textbooks like compulsory English textbook, additional English, and other linguistics, etc. He also played a resource person's role in teacher enrichment program for primary teachers in Pune Municipal Corporation and trained nearly 3,000 teachers with regard to spoken English. In addition, he also trained 5,000 high school and junior college teachers of English in Maharashtra. He also taught spoken English to the jailers, that is prison officers, in Eroda Jail, Pune. He even guided many tribal students with regard to MPSC and UPSC examinations organized by Yashoda and Tribal Institute, Pune. He even taught spoken English to the industrial workers in Pimpri and Chinswad. He has organized foundation course in English for the budding doctors in Sassoon Hospital, Pune. He had conducted a workshop on English grammar and communication skills for the tribal undergraduate students from different universities in Maharashtra, organized by Satyashodak Students Union at Goget School, Pune. Like such workshops, there are numerous workshops he had conducted in his academic time. And now I'm skipping and just focusing on one more thing. He already delivered numerous lectures on soft skills development program in the jurisdiction of Pune University and now Savitribai Pune University. He published dozens of articles in national and international reputed journals. He has published 6 books on Amazon. That is, one is Understanding Pragmatics, a Student's Guide. Second one is Speech Acts in Mulk Raj Anand's Untouchable and Coolie. Third one is Communication Skills or Career Building. Fourth one is Stylistic Explorations in Indian English Poetry. Fifth one is Research Methodology, a guide for PhD students from proposal to publication, a step-by-step approach. And last sixth one, Linguistics, Stylistics, and Pragmatics. This is a very important book one. And he is also, at present also, editor-in-chief of an international journal entitled Vision, an international journal of English language and literature. He has guided 21 students for their MPhil degree and more than 12 students he has guided for their PhD research work. Even he has been playing a role of referee in many universities all over India. Such a wonderful person. I am proud of him. He is my guru, mentor, and lot of. I welcome on behalf of all the organizers to sir, over to you. It's my humble request, sir. You are welcome, and you may give your guidance, your message to us, so that we may able to achieve certain excellence in the remaining career. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Am I
afternoon, sir.
audible? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Am I visible also?
Yes, sir, you are visible also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I thank Dr. Sadashira for my friend and Dr. Chauthaiwale sir for inviting me here for this one-day national webinar on exploring new dimensions in language and literature. In fact, on the invitation of Dr. Chauthaiwale, I am here to speak to the August gathering for this webinar. Dr. Chauthaiwale is a very kind-hearted gentleman, thorough gentleman. He is very cooperative and insightful too. I have seen him very closely, and Dr. Sadashira Pawar. My personal experience shows that they are truly humanitarians in the field of academics. So I salute to them for their uh, local task, global plus local task they are doing for the budding research scholars and contributing to the field of academics. So I begin my seminar uh, by expressing my deep feelings uh, towards the organizers. So respected organizers, distinguished colleagues, and dear teacher participants, I feel deeply honored to address this national webinar jointly organized by Indiraj Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sillod, Yashwantrao Chauhan College, Sillod, and Sri Asaramji Bhandwaldar College, Devgaon. My sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for bringing together galaxy of experts and academicians. I also appreciate the efforts of the conveners, uh, Dr. Rupali Padolkar, Dr. Santosh Chauthaiwale, and Dr. Sudhashirao Pawar for organizing this wonderful webinar on the relevant and appropriate topic. The earlier speakers sufficiently enlightened you on the new dimensions of literature, especially in the beginning. Professor Chaugule sir referred to the hyper reality, virtual reality, electronic books, electronic literature, and he also referred to the sixth world short stories and graphic fiction. The other speaker, Ashish Gupta, in his speech enlightened us on Indian knowledge system. So he claimed that there is a need to integrate this kind of syllabus for self-transformation. He talked about karma, dharma, and he referred to T.S. Eliot, Henry David Thoreau, and Y.B. H. in his speech. He also talked about Dr. Rajrao Kantapura and Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things, referred to R.K. Narayana, Dinesh Tripathi. Western culture, he said, is not interested in ancient values. Western culture is interested nowadays in Eastern values. Then we had a talk of Dr. Professor Rajput, who briefly spoke about interdisciplinary approach and postmodernism. In Anand Kulkarni's speech, uh, especially keynote address, he referred to digital pedagogy. So he extensively talked about various new dimensions of English language and literature, referring to the virtual and real, making the difference. He talked about the digital transformation, change, canonical literature to hypertext change. He questioned the imagination versus creativity and laid stress on the fact that linguistic dominance has subsided and vernacular ways of expressing culture has emerged these days. He referred to Ole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, African writers, and then moved on to the influence of AI, that is artificial intelligence, and he said that our creativity is challenged by the advent of artificial intelligence. So there has been a paradigm shift from conventional communicative approach to a different kind of approach. So he also referred to sci-fi, climate fiction, and claimed that we need to have multi-perspective. So, and he claimed that our rationality is challenged, and he referred to cyberality has become a reality, then decolonization of the mind, and so on and so forth. Then afterwards, the speaker came, that was Kapil Singhal, who talked about extensively using his PPT on the today's theme of the webinar. And he said that language is losing its form. So divergent thinking is needed in the post-colonial era. Then, of course, Professor Khan's lecture was galvanizing because he talked about the paradigm shift in the age of algorithm, digital frontier, digital humanities, and AI generated literature and vast ecosystem of influence in literature. There he referred to Chat GPT, Gemini, Perplexity, Chatbot, generative AI. They are collaborating, in fact, and this is human collaboration. But I think that in human collaboration, AI is also contributing to a great extent. And of course, uh, uh, there's a many speakers, Ani John also talked about extensively on decolonized perspective and decolonization of English curriculum. Here, friends, I will briefly summarize my speech because lack of time, it has been more than 4 hours, I think, that we have been uh, in this webinar. So the theme exploring new dimensions in language and literature is not only relevant, but it is also urgent. Because the English language today is changing at a speed and scale that perhaps no generation has witnessed before. As teachers of English, we are not just observers of this change, we are actually participants, interpreters, and most importantly, guides. So, here I would talk just about the new dimension of English language. So, when we speak of new dimensions in the English language, we are talking about a shift from a fixed rule bound system to a fluid, evolving, and adaptive form of communication. Many speakers refer to the adaptive form of communication. So, from our journey is from linguistics to stylistics to pragmatics. And in pragmatics, we have so many approaches like speech act theory, cooperative principle, and politeness trend. These are the new emerging trends in language because pragmatics is the study of language as determined by the conditions of the society. It is the condition of the society that determines our language. We are very much influenced by the recent development in the field of artificial intelligence. Everybody uses chat GPT, everybody uses chat chat. But what is important here is human and machine interaction. In human and machine interaction, how do you give the prompts? So we have to learn prompt engineering if you really want to enhance your knowledge of English. For example, I must have written 6 books and must have taken the help of ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is not a reliable source. Occasionally, it may give you wrong information. So we have to edit that information properly. So our experiences can be enhanced by the imagination of ChatGPT and other digital devices. So here language is evolving from rule governed behavior to adaptive form of communication because we speak in the context and we speak in the cultural context, for example. So, culturally speaking, talking in a cultural context is different from talking in academic context. For example, all the resource persons in this webinar were talking one way. There was no interaction between the audience and the speaker. I am of the opinion that there should have been some kind of interaction, some kind of discussion, so that the webinar becomes more interactive and entertaining. Of course, the webinar was very informative, highly relevant, and really mind blowing. But I'm sorry to say that it missed that important part, entertainment, as it is the field of globalization. And we must be aware of the new changes that are taking in. So interestingly, one of my friends talked about globalization. He gave me a very interesting definition of globalization, and for your entertainment purpose, because that part was missing. So I am giving these definitions here. So he said, "What is globalization?" And he defined globalization. I quote: "An English princess, that is Lady Diana, you must be knowing, an English princess with her Egyptian boyfriend crashes in a French tunnel using a German car with a Brazilian engine, driven by a Belgian who was drunk on Scottish whiskey, closely followed by Italian paparazzi on Japanese motorcycle. This message was created by an Indian on a Chinese port smuggled by Pakistani. This is the globalization, the definition of globalization give me, and I have given you this definition for your entertainment purpose. So let me begin with a simple question to you. Is the English we teach in the classrooms is the same English our students use outside? And the answer is of course no. The kind of English you teach in the classroom and the kind of English spoken outside the classroom is different. So, if we reflect honestly on this, the answer is no. And this gap between academic English and lived English is where there is new dimension of language. The new dimension emerges that use of language is more important than the prescriptive language that we teach in the class. It should be descriptive in nature, and all the participants in the classroom must be able to speak their thoughts, feelings, and give their reactions. So, language is not a cage of rules, it is a river that flows with time. So change is inevitable, and we must change our pedagogical strategies in the classroom also, because we are expected to make our classroom lively. So lively classroom contains the interactions of all the teacher and the student. So this is the first point. The second point is that English language has gone beyond ownership. So it has become a global language. In fact, it has become a global language. Taking into consideration the mm, global needs, local needs, and global vision, we use local English. So English is no longer owned by native speakers. It belongs to the world. It belongs to the everywhere, as number of speakers said that. Braj Kachru, for example, has written a book, World Englishes. There is African English, there is American English, there is Australian English, Canadian English, Chinese English, Bengali English, Benglish, and in India we speak English, Hindi plus English. For example, while talking in day-to-day conversations, we are likely to use code mixing and code switching strategies, because these code mixing and code switching strategies are have become the order of the day. So, by Braj Kachru, the world famous linguist, reminds us that English exists in multiple forms. There are multiple forms of English. What kind of English do you really need? If a person is going to America for his career advancement, then he has to learn that American English, because American accent, American English, American vocabulary uh, is quite different. They're quite different things. For example, the people of New Zealand will say, for example, Americans will say God is great instead of saying God is great. So there is a difference in pronunciation, there is a difference in enunciation, there is a difference in vocabulary, there is a difference in grammar. So what kind of English do we expect really to deal with in the classroom? So African English is another form of English, which is very much seen in the novels of Chinua Achebe and Wallace and Dodd's dramas and poetry. Then we have Singaporean English, for example. All I don't want to say that those Englishes are better than our English language. They are all equally meaningful, but they are meaningful in the context only. Because you know that cultural context, if cultural context is missing, this is I am talking about this new dimension. For example, when I was at Goa and I met a person from England, and I directly asked him, "Are you from England?" And he, reacted very strongly. He said, "Are you from Pakistan?" Then I realized that somewhere I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked him a direct question. So, in English speaking community, native speakers use tact maxim of politeness principle. Tact maxim is indirect way of asking the question. I must have asked him in a different way. I must have said, I could have said, excuse me, gentlemen, would you mind if I know the name of the country from which you came? So instead of saying that, I just asked him a question directly. So asking a direct question amounts to the arrogance. So we must be aware of cultural context. So I have also written an article how English is spoken in multiple cultural ways, multicultural ways. So there are different things. So we have to use localized English, functional variety of English. As teachers, the challenge is this. Do you want to correct our students or do you want to help them understand contextual appropriateness? So correct English and appropriate English. There is a difference between correct English and appropriate English. And therefore, we must be aware of this recent trend in English language. Then the next point that I would like to raise is the digital revolution as far as English is concerned. So English is the age, English in the age of screens. How would you look at the English at the age of screens? So this is the second dimension of digital transformation. So today's students write as number of speakers referred to abbreviations, different ways like oh my God, they will write OMG or by the way BTW and so on and so forth, and they will make use of emojis. Number of speakers also say the same thing. So the great linguist David Crystal, for example, calls this internal linguistics, internet linguistics. So there is a need to learn internet linguistics. This is a new form of language shaped by technology. So let us consider traditional versus digital technology. For example, traditionally, you will say, I'm very much happy. Number of speakers say that I am very honored to speak here. But digitally, speaking, a speaker would say, so happy, and he will give the exclamation, three exclamations, and put an image of smiley before it. So the grammar has changed, but the expression has become more immediate, emotional, and visual because of this. So the question is not whether this is correct or incorrect. The question is, can our teaching include this reality? So this is a reality that digital technology has taken over. So in India, English does not exist alone. It lives with other languages. So English is not spoken in isolation. Most of us speak English in isolation in the classroom, but our students speak in different ways. For example, they will say, "Kal exam hai, please study properly. Let us go, yaar." So this is code switching. This is a natural and intelligent linguistic strategy. So shall we speak then hybrid English? That's the question. So there is no purity as far as language is concerned. If you try to maintain the purity, the language will die. There is a death of the language if we try to maintain the purity. For example, Sanskrit language is on the verge of dying, or probably some say it is dead language because it remained very static. It remained in the hands of few people. Therefore, it cannot spread. So there is a politics of English language also. There is a politics of language also. So this is the third point that I would like to raise here. Then the next dimension is the expansion of vocabulary. So in this evolving age of reality, so though every new reality creates new language. Now every new reality inevitably gives rise to a new language. So human beings require fresh words, expressions describe changing experiences, technology, and social conditions. Language therefore evolves in different response to the world around us. For instance, the rapid growth of digital technology has introduced the word like selfie, hashtag, and so on and so forth. So forth. So this was not possible decade ago. Carbon footprint, for example, eco anxiety, new word. These examples clearly demonstrate that as society transforms, language expands to accommodate new meanings, making it living record of human progress and consciousness. So think about the last decade. The word selfie, online classes, quarantine, eco anxiety, these words don't exist in common use at all. English is expanding because the world is expanding, and our teaching must reflect this living vocabulary, not just the words found in textbooks, not just the words found in dictionaries. So you have to rethink. The fifth point that I am taking up is the the notion of standard English. For many years, we have taught English with a focus on correctness and grammar, pronunciation, and standard form. Today, the idea of standard English is changing. Modern linguistics suggests language should be described, not strictly prescribed. And therefore, communicative approach is more important than perfection, achieving perfection. So this does not mean that we should ignore grammar. It means we balance correctness with communication. So there should be a balance between correctness and communication. So we teach our students when to be formal, when to be informal, how to adapt language to context. So these are things that need to be rethought. Then the next point is pedagogical shift. So from rules to real use. So what should change our classrooms? As teachers of English, we must move from rote learning to interactive learning, from grammar focused teaching to communication focused teaching, from textbook teaching, learning English to real world Englishes. So we must use examples from social media and encourage our discussions and expressions in the classroom. And we must accept different accents and varieties if possible. Because our goal is not to produce perfect speakers, but effective communicators. And then the next point I would like to raise is that there are challenges before us because the dominance of English language may weaken our English language, local languages. Informal digital language may affect formal writing. There is inequality in access to quality English education. As educators, we must be aware of these issues. We must ensure that while teaching English, we also respect linguistic diversity and promote inclusive learning. And finally, I would like to say that as teachers, we are not just teaching a language, we are shaping how students think, express, and connect the world. So we must adapt to change, embrace diversity, and guide our students with awareness and sensitivity. Because the future of English is not in dictionaries, it is in dynamic classrooms. I'll just give you a few sentences to ponder over. The first sentence: when the world changes, language does not follow, it leads. Language leads, it should lead. A living language is never perfect, it is always becoming. English today is not a language of one nation, it is a voice of many worlds. We do not just speak English, we reshape it with every conversation. The strength of English lies not in its purity, but in its adaptability. From pen to pixel, English has learned to speak a new form. In digital age, we even silence has a language, an emoji, a pause, a scene message. Technology has not weakened language, it has multiplied expression. On teaching of English, I would like to give a few quotes. We are not teaching students to follow English, we are teaching them to use it. A good teacher of English does not correct the word, but corrects every voice. The goal is not perfect English, but powerful communication. Every accent tells a story, every variation carries a culture. There is no single English, only many ways of being understood. Language is where identity finds its voice. So, in closing remarks, I would say that English is no longer learned, it is lived. The future of English is not written in books, it is spoken in everyday life. And we are not just users of English, we are its creators. So, friends, thank you very much for your patient listening. I hope that this discussion encourages you to embrace the new dimensions of the English language with confidence and clarity. Thank you once again, Dr. Chauthaiwale and Dr. Pawar sir, for inviting me for this webinar, even if I am a retired person, but I'm not tired in the real sense of the term. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening and motivating address. Sir, we are grateful to you for sharing your expertise with all of us. Your deep insights into the new dimensions of English language and literature has added to our knowledge, and it has also provided us with some fresh perspectives on the new dimensions of English language and literature. So I must admit that it was truly an honor for all of us to listen to you. So thank you very much, sir, once again for your kind guidance. Now that we are already running late.
Smitaji want to say something.
Okay, sir.
Want to say something.
Dr. Smita, are you there? Dr.
Okay,
Smita, are you
sir.
there?
I'm there, sir.
She is not there.
Sir, I'm there.
Yes,
Sir, I'm there.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Please proceed, ma'am.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Yeah. Sir,
Yes, you are.
first, Jadhav ji, thank you so much. I really thank you for your patience, sir. You are right from the starting with us until the end of the session. You are with us, sir. Your patience is really heads off, sir. It really left a last impact on us for an inspiring for us. आपके शब्दों की जो शक्ति है, जो विचार जगाते हैं, ज्ञान की रोशनी से राह दिखाते हैं, अनुभव की गहराई जिनके हर शब्द में होती है, वही व्यक्तित्व नई दिशाएं बनाते हैं. Sir, you have given us a new vision by your really speech. आपके विचारों ने सच में एक नई दिशा दे दी, ज्ञान की एक राह सजा दी है आज, और उस ज्ञान की राह पर हम सभी चल पड़ेंगे आज. Thank you so much, sir, for being so patientful right from the starting and until the valedictory function. शब्दों की इस यात्रा में नए आयाम दिखाए हैं, विचारों ने मिलकर अनगिनत अनुभव मुकाम दिए हैं. ज्ञान की यह रोशनी है, यूं ही फैलती रहे सदा. फिर मिलेंगे एक नए रोशनी के साथ, फिर मिलेंगे एक नए रोशनी के साथ. Thank you for hearing me, listening me from patiently right from the starting. Once again, thank you so much, Arun Jadhav ji. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Smita Salve, for your poetical gratitude towards our resource person. So thank you very much. Now we are
My pleasure.
Okay. Now we are proceeding forward, and we shall proceed to the next segment, that is the chairperson's address. I feel really happy to inform the audience that the principal of our college, Honorable Dr. Ashok Pandit sir, is the chairperson of this valedictory session. So he will address us right now. Dr. Pandit sir is always there to support us for any constructive activity. And without his unflinching support and motivation, this kind of activity would not have been possible. So the credit must go to him for such kind of activities. So I request Principal Dr. Ashok Pandit sir to begin his address. Sir, are you
Am I
there?
audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Sir, please proceed.
Okay, it's my pleasure to be a chairperson for this valedictory function. The chief guest for this one-day national webinar on exploring new dimension in English language and literature. The chief guest for this valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Annie John Ma from Solapur University and Honorable Dr. Arjun Yadav sir. Hello. For this,
hello.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Sir,
In
please
this,
proceed.
okay, in this one-day national webinar, more than 210 participants have registered their name for this webinar, and around 60 academicians and research scholars were joined this webinar. In this webinar, 15 sub-themes were selected, and the aim of this webinar was to explore the emerging trends in the field of English language and literature. This webinar had made available the platform for the research scholars and the academicians. In this modern age, language is just not a tool for the communication, but it is the powerful means for expressing their ideas, culture, and identity. In this today's rapidly changing world, the study of language and literature has become even more relevant. It connects all of us across the culture, develops critical thinking, and help us to understand the human experiences in deeper way. The integration of technology, media, artificial intelligence, and interdisciplinary approaches has opened new avenues for the learning for the learners and the researchers. I would like to appreciate the valuable insights provided by the resource person as well as the teamwork of all the organizers. I would like to congratulate the convener of this one-day webinar, Dr. Santosh Chauthaiwale from the Indiraj College, Sillod, Dr. Rupali Palotkar Madam from the Yashwantrao Chavan College, Sillod, and Dr. Sadashiv Pawar from the Pandwaldar Mahavidyalay, Devga Rangari. I would like to congratulate all the active participants and the enthusiasm which made this webinar successful. The the chief guest, the today's chief guest for this valedictory function, Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir, has said that the purity of the language is not important, but its adaptiveness is important. And the Annie John Mann has said that the Western countries are dominating the Indian language, particularly the English. But now we are living in the global world, and we cannot say that it is the Indian English language. Just like Jadhav sir has said that there is a nowadays the communication is important. Language, its purity is not important, and so the all of us, being the academicians, we should have to think over it and how the our language should be adaptive, how we will be able to make it reach. Okay, with these few words, already the session is from last 5 years we are connected with us. I will not take your more time with these few words. Once again, I would like to congratulate the organizing secretary and the convener of this webinar, and I will like to request them in the near future also they will jointly organize such an activities which will prove useful for the faculty as well as the research student. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your appreciative and encouraging words. We are really indebted to you, sir, for your unflinching support. Now, the convener of this webinar, Dr. Santosh Chauthaiwale, wants to share his thoughts regarding the feedback link, the certificates, and the paper publication. So, may I kindly request the convener, Dr. Santosh Chauthaiwale, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Pardeshi, sir. Thank you, Dr. Pardeshi, sir. As Dr. Pardeshi, sir, has stated that there will be some announcement regarding feedback and publication. The announcement is like that. After the proposing vote of thanks, this webinar will conclude, and on the WhatsApp group, there will be provided a feedback link. The participants are requested to please fill the entries in that Google form. After filling and submitting the feedback form, you will get the participation certificate on your registered email. The second thing is that due to the software limitation, 60 e-certificates will be delivered each day. Therefore, as per the sequence, each participant will get the e-certificate, but as per the sequence, you will get the certificates day after another day. First come first. On that basis, certificates will be issued to the concerned participants. So each one of you are requested to fill the feedback form immediately followed by the webinar. Its link will be posted in our NW English 33 2026 group. Kindly attend that link, fill all the entries, and submit the form. So this is about feedback. The second important thing is that regarding publication, Madam Dr. Rupali Palodkar has given her report. In report, Madam has stated that we have received enormous response for this webinar. 210 participants have registered for this webinar throughout the corner of India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from Telangana to Bhopal. Entire nation, the participants have participated in this webinar, and near about 65 researchers have paid their publication fees. Among them, 58 researchers have sent their research articles. Till yesterday, we have received 58 different research papers, and those research papers have been forwarded to publication committee. Publication committee will do some editorial work on that papers, and those papers will be forwarded for final publication. And the papers which were received, those will be published. The souvenir is already inaugurated by the auspicious hands of chief guest. And you know, the impact factor of the research journal is Indo-Western researchers. The ISSN number is given to this issue. This is international registered and recognized research journal related to higher education for all studies, that is UGC approved, peer reviewed, and referred index research journal. The soft copy of your volume will be sent on your registered email within 7 days. It means on 7th of April, in between 7th to 10th April, the entire soft copies of the research papers will be sent on their registered email. Till that, The other work, the edition work, some additions, corrections work, the editorial board will do complete it. Publication work will proceed and it will fulfill all the requirements. And from 7th of April, the issues will be, the special copies will be mailed to the concerned researchers. And the research scholars who have paid fees but till date they have not sent their articles have given the last opportunity to send their research paper till tomorrow morning. This is the last opportunity. And also those who also want to send their papers are again advised to send your research paper till tomorrow morning. So with this, I complete this announcement. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Pradeshi, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chautwale, sir. You have taken great efforts for the organization of this webinar, and I request all the participants to take into account the announcement made by Dr. Chautwale, sir, and please cooperate with us. Now we are heading towards the last part of this webinar, that is the vote of thanks. So now I request my colleague, Mr. Gopal Suryavanshi, to propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the valedictory session. I am immensely grateful to the President of Ajanta Education and Military Preparatory Institute, Honorable Shri Kamarao Pawar. I extend my sincere thanks to the President of Rajashri Shahu Shikshan Sanstha, Honorable Prabhakar Rao Palotkar. My special thanks are also due to the President of Shri Ganesh Shikshan Sanstha, Honorable Dr. Prakash Bhandwaldar. This webinar was not possible without the support of the, and motivation of the presidents of these three institutes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Arjun Jadhav sir, for his enlightening and informative speech. I pay my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Annie John Mann, for her insights on the theme of the webinar. I would like to thank chairperson of this session, of the session principal of Yashwantrao Chavan College, Sillor, Dr. Ashok Pandit. I am very thankful to the principal of Indraraj College of Arts and Science, Dr. Gurudutt Rajput. A special thanks to the principal of Shri Asaramji Bandwaldar Arts, Commerce and Science College, Devar, Dr. N.B. Agos. I am grateful to Dr. G. N. More, Vice Principal of Yashwantrao Chavan College, for his kind presence in the webinar. I pay my sincere thanks to the conveners of webinar, Dr. Santosh Chauthaiwale, Dr. Rupali Palotkar, and Dr. Sadashiv Pawar for careful planning and execution of the webinar. Very special thanks to Srimati Dr. Rupali Palotkar Madam for a wonderful report reading of this session. Through her report, she informed the audience about the proceedings of the webinar. I am grateful to Dr. J.D. Pardeshi, sir, as the master of ceremony who did a great job of anchoring. I would like to thank Dr. V.D. Pise for giving a brief formal introduction of chief guests. I am grateful to Dr. Sadashiv Pawar, sir, to deliver a good formal introduction of chief guest. I express my deep sense of gratitude to the organizing committee members, Mr. Dilip Agrawal, Dr. J.D. Pardeshi, and Dr. Ravikant Jadhavar, sir, for their cooperation in the webinar. A special thanks to the technical support team for their kind support, Ms. Katre ma'am, Mr. N.J. Misal, and Mr. Yelwande, sir. I am immensely grateful to the delegates, teachers, research students from various institutes who took active participation in this webinar and make this a successful webinar. With the kind permission of chairperson, I declare to end the session. Thank you. Everyone can log out.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you. Thank you once again. Have a nice time. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your support. Thanks for all the participants.
Feedback
Delete.
So,
Sir, may we leave now, sir? Sorry.